All right, are we just about ready? Okay. Just tell me when. Yes, let's get those last coffees, guys. So. Okay. Good morning and welcome to the 11th running of the US-Ukraine Working Group Summit Series devoted to providing Ukraine with an annual report card amidst, I must add, a full-scale war being waged on its soil. My name is Walter Zaryckyj. Over the last 3 months, I've had the privilege of being the event's program coordinator. Today, I will have the distinct honor to be its host moderator. As tradition has now shaped it, I will, before turning to the opening remarks session and the word of welcome by our distinguished Ukrainian diplomat, the MC, we call them the why and the how of the gathering, or simply the context of our discussion and the rules of our discussion. Okay, very quickly to the why, especially done for those who are joining us for the first time. Over the last 20 years, the core sponsoring organizations of this event, call them the American Friends of Ukraine, have witnessed in 2000 years ago, witnessed a crucial geopolitical paradigm shift. In fact, a double-barreled one. For one, Ukraine, while recovering from its Soviet past, signaled through both its executive branch and its legislature its intention to head west, or more precisely, to ultimately become a paid-up member of its of the Euro-Atlantic community, with ever stronger bilateral ties to the United States and to its North American neighbor Canada, as well as eventual membership in EU and NATO as the final outcome. Equally critical to the equation, the policymakers and shapers in the United States, in bipartisan fashion, responded to the initiative in a very positive way, quickly embracing the notion of a burgeoning strategic partnership between the two nations. Delighted by that development, these self-same friends of Ukraine, American Friends of Ukraine, decided to put together a forum to study the phenomena more closely. They aptly called it the Ukraine's Quest for Mature Nation Statehood, a roundtable. Some of those founders are with us at this very moment, in this very room. This is going on almost 25 years. We've just talked about it. And that 2 days of intense discussion featuring Zbig Brzezinski, Paul Wolfowitz, Carl Levin, Mitch McConnell, Boris Tarashuk, and Oleg Rybachuk established the perceived paradigm shift that we saw as desired by all parties involved. As a result, the organizers decided to repeat the event annually and use the said gatherings to monitor the progress of Ukraine's Western vector efforts, to explore what standards had to be met and paths had to be chosen in order to achieve the desired Euro-Atlantic end result. For the first few years, and especially over this after the successful Orange Revolution, matters seemed to accelerate the said paradigmatic shift. With that, the Quest Roundtable series, in addition to its ongoings, generated breakaway gatherings, energy dialogues, security dialogues, business networking forums, and historical encounter events meant to feed the perceived acceleration. However, starting in 2011, and this is where we come to our series, the described process hit a serious hiccup. At some point, the very raison d'etre of the Quest Roundtable series, the various spin-offs seemed threatened. The various spin-offs also seemed threatened as the Yanukovych presidency, or we eventually called the regime, began to reveal its darker side in both foreign policy and domestic policy. The situation increasingly impinged on the overarching. What was happening in real time seemed to be impinging on the overarching notion of the Euro-Atlantic march forward. In fact, the overarching Ukraine's chosen path towards the West no longer seemed to be so overarching. Fear grew that the path west was not irrevocable or a done deal, that in fact, the opposite tendencies were appearing. During that period of time, the Quest Roundtable series, rather than surrendering to that fear, took a different tack. For 3 years, the organizers took to measuring how badly or how quickly the regression into the dark might be happening. They began running what amounted to an annual report card based on 6 criteria, measuring levels of democracy, economic well-being, general security, energy security, social cohesion, and national identity. Surprise, that's what you're facing today. 2014, with the Euromaidan revolution and the ouster of Yanukovych, clearly that realigned Ukraine's stars to face the West again, and this time more decisively. Just note the name. At the same time, however, the Kremlin decided to punish Ukraine for its choice by invading Crimea and creating a previously undetectable conflict zone in Donbass. We didn't have conflict zones there. Well, suddenly we did. Recognizing that any conflict, or more bluntly, war, could still do damage to Ukraine's dream of a Euro-Atlantic life, the Ukraine's Quest organizers decided to split the difference. 2 sets of gatherings were initiated. The Quest series, still based in October, will go back to exploring the overarching issues. In fact, we'll be doing this October, looking for ways to effectuate the long-desired move to a Euro-Atlantic future, and its various spin-offs could actively re-engage in their particular fields of interest for a time. Work in those areas had almost faded. Meanwhile, the report card forum would remain and be used in June of every year to measure any harm that the Donbass conflict or war or the Yanu era hangover might have on Ukrainian state. Now I'm getting to the end of this. Over the next 6 years, as the fighting in Donbass turned into a trench warfare in a faraway corner of Ukraine and memories of the old regime, junta, faded, the report card simply and actually turned into a relatively accurate parameter of the political mood of the nation. In 2015 and 16, Ukraine scored reasonably high marks. The grades dropped as Poroshenko's presidency began to fumble the proverbial ball in 17-18. Notice, in fact, the results of the election. The phenomena presaged the coming of Zelensky to power. The Zelensky team's early zeal for reform earned them very high grades that first year in 19 to 20. As the matters started looking like politics as usual, the numbers began to suffer. So what was clear from these reports, what was clear from all these reports is there was nothing out there that existentially threatened the Ukrainian state, or for that matter, threatened its steady Euro-Atlantization. One has to suspect that Vlad the Bad sensed it and had to react, and react he did. From June 2021 to June 22, Vladimir Putin first made increasing gestures of a full-blown conflict with Ukraine and then proceeded to launch a multi-headed invasion of Ukraine. Hence, last year's gathering had to deal with the impact of war in big letters. From February to April 2022, with Ukraine fighting for its very existence and all air transport from Ukraine and to Ukraine gone, a momentary thought was given to the possibility of postponing this forum. But with the Russian retreat from the outskirts of the capital of Kiev in late April, as well as with every attacked oblastny center still holding except for Kherson, and with COVID plague having taught forum organizers the joys of Zooming, Summit 10 was held and on time and produced one heck of an interesting report card. That's why I just wanted to remind 1 second. In 4 categories: democracy, social cohesion, national identity, and believe it or not, insecurity, graders scored Ukraine much higher than they had in previous years. On the economy, there were some serious reservations, particularly with the grain deal showing troubled execution and Mariupol metalworks in flames. Only in energy security did real and palatable fear of the future exist. Would Ukraine, or for that matter, Europe, get through the winter? Now, 1 year later, we're here. Last paragraph. 1 year later, we're here again. The war is still on, which is never good. On the other hand, the Ukrainians have launched a counteroffensive armed with some of the finest equipment the West has to offer. And who would have dreamed of Ukraine acquiring F-16s a year ago? Additionally, one sees a deeper commitment to the horizontal rather than vertical political, social, and economic structures than ever before. And Ukraine has lived through winter 22-23 without ostensibly suffering either Holodomor, lack of food, or Holodomor, lack of heating. So the suspicion in this corner is that the graders this year will be asked to judge whether or not the better sort of news, quotes unquote, is not ultimately a chimera, hiding the inevitable attrition that all major conflicts bring, and upon which Vlad the Bad may be counting in the longer term. I only wish all the speaking participants the best of luck. It may not be an easy task. Okay. And so with that, I think you guys know what the panels, the how, easy, 15 minutes or 20 minutes for whichever they choose for featured speakers, one at the beginning, one at the end. And during the discussion sessions, 70 minutes, we've made it more comfortable for people. So it's a 70 minutes session. And the chair gets the 5 to 6 to open, give a broad perspective. Each of the panelists get about 10. Then when the presentations are completed, each moderator, also a discussion leader, turns to their right of first question to each of the panelists and also harvests a set of questions. That should take about 5-10 minutes. Panelists then responding to those questions should be about 5-10 minutes. And then the final part of the session is the important one. Miss Katie Fox always demurs about giving a grade, but we'll forgive her because she's wonderful. Incompletes can help. But that's it. And so that's it from this corner. I'm really sorry that I took as much time. And I also know that the MC Brisiuck is caught up in time because we have several Ukraine events happening in the next 2-3 days that are very important. So I'm going to ask him to give a speech. I guess there's not going to be much of a question and answer. We will then move on to the next panel. But right now, I just want to introduce one of the finest, and this may be his last appearance at our event. I'm hoping that he can still do it for our October event. He's a veteran diplomat who really deserves an enormous amount of credit. I think then Ukraine ends up having these DMCs. These are the folks that are the second in commands. They actually, you know, that they are going to end up being deputy foreign ministers or foreign ministers because they really know the business. And there's no one better suited than that, than the gentleman you're about to hear from, which is my friend Yaroslav. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaryckyj, for this kind introduction, very kind words, and thank you to the Center for US-Ukraine Relations for organizing this event and for all the work that you have been doing for many, many years in support of Ukraine. It's my pleasure to be here and welcome all of you on behalf of the Embassy of Ukraine in Washington. So today at this conference, like every year around this time, we are grading Ukraine's progress on the most important tracks. And of course, the most important and existential task for us now is to win the war. Today is day 474 of the war, which Russia had claimed would end in just 3 days. Russia failed to reach its strategic objectives of occupying entire Ukraine, destroying Ukraine's statehood and erasing Ukrainian identity. But Russia has not abandoned its plans and its hopes to turn the tide in the protracted war of attrition, continuing to terrorize our peaceful cities with missile attacks, just like the attack that we saw this night on Odessa, and committing terrorist acts such as blowing up of the Kakhovka water dam, which resulted in the biggest ecological and humanitarian disaster in Europe in decades, leaving 40,000 people without homes, wiping out nature reserves, and severely hampering Ukrainian agriculture that feeds millions of people around the world, notably in the Middle East and Africa. By causing this man-made disaster equivalent to the use of a weapon of mass destruction, Russia hoped to prevent Ukrainian counteroffensive. But this terrorist act will in no way affect our ability to liberate all temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. The world has united behind Ukraine, and we appreciate all the support provided by our friends and allies, first and foremost, the United States. Just yesterday, the US announced yet another 40th drawdown package of another $325 million of critically needed arms and equipment. The US is leading a coalition of over 50 nations that help our country defend itself against Russian aggression. And the weapons provided by the US and other allies make all the difference in our fight. And systems such as Patriots provided by the US help save many lives. Now, President Zelensky initiated the establishment of a Patriot coalition with participation of a number of European states. And on June 1st, during the second summit of the European political community, the leaders of European nations within the coalition of fighter jets agreed to continue working on an official decision to create a Ukrainian Sky Shield coalition of combat aircraft at the next meeting in Ramstein. So we are fighting back and we are winning, and Ukrainian defendants have already liberated more than half of the territories captured by the Russians since last February. And we will continue to do so until complete deoccupation of our sovereign territory within the internationally recognized borders. The only realistic and comprehensive plan to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity and to guarantee security and justice for the entire international community is the peace formula presented by President Zelensky, whose provisions have been endorsed by 141 countries in the UN General Assembly resolution of February 23rd of this year. We are working on consolidating the efforts of the international community aimed at implementing the provisions of the peace formula. And speaking at the G7 summit in Hiroshima on May 21st, President Zelensky proposed holding a global peace summit in July of this year to include the maximum number of countries from different parts of the world and create foundation of the world security architecture in the future. But the best security guarantee for Ukraine is Ukraine's membership in NATO. And NATO needs Ukraine as much as Ukraine needs NATO. Russia is attempting to demolish the very foundation of the post-World War II security order. And this is why the stakes for the entire Euro-Atlantic community are so high. We all need a strong NATO to maintain peace and stability in Europe and elsewhere in the world. So Ukraine's succession will help to achieve this long-term strategic stability, which is the strategic interest, not just for Ukraine, but for the United States as well. The future of the Euro-Atlantic community is being decided today on Ukraine's front lines and battlefields. As a NATO member, Ukraine will significantly strengthen the security of the entire Euro-Atlantic community and will be a reliable shield that protects the eastern flank of NATO and effectively deters new potential aggressions. So the US leadership is critical for building consensus among the allies to support our NATO membership application. We understand that accession will not be possible until our victory, but we need to start planning now. And we are counting that the Vilnius summit, which will take place on July 11th and 12th, will not be limited to pure repetition of the open door policy, which we heard for the past 15 years since Bucharest, but will result in developing a specific algorithm on Ukraine's movement towards accession to NATO. We also count that until Ukraine acquires NATO membership, the allies will provide security guarantees for Ukraine during the summit. We suggest implementing our proposals on the security guarantees that are in the Kyiv Security Compact, aimed at mobilizing necessary political, financial, military, and diplomatic resources for Ukraine's self-defense. We need US support in uniting the allies and securing consensus on these critically important issues. NATO and Ukraine need each other, and we appreciate the alliance's practical assistance, but there's no better strategic solution to ensure the security of the Euro-Atlantic region than Ukraine's membership. Even as the war continues, we don't need to wait for our victory to rebuild Ukraine, and we start implementing specific projects right now. The International Conference on Ukraine's Recovery, which is to be held in London next week, will be a central forum for the international community to support Ukraine in its recovery and reconstruction efforts. We are seeking that countries and companies support the Ukrainian government's reconstruction plan that has been developed and engage in Ukraine's recovery by providing economic, social, and environmental resilience in our common marathon to victory. Our efforts will also continue to explore all options for financing a compensation mechanism, including a solid legal basis for the use of frozen and immobilized Russian assets to support Ukraine's reconstruction. We call on our partners to find practical solutions to help restore vital economic, social, and natural ecosystems. And we focus on rebuilding a green economy and local economic development to create long-term jobs and opportunities for Ukrainians and foreign businesses in Ukraine. What's important is that despite the war, we are continuing implementation of comprehensive reforms. Just a few examples for the month of May alone. Recently, the president approved the comprehensive strategic plan for reform of law enforcement sector. Ukraine and Germany jointly launched the Renewable Energy for Sustainable Ukraine project, focusing on Ukrainian communities. Ukraine became the first country to be included in the European Commission in the TC in countries whose electronic signatures and seals are recognized in Europe. The Cabinet of Ministers approved the concept for the state-targeted national and cultural program Unity in Diversity. The government of Ukraine presented the national strategy on reducing the gender pay gap. It's just a few examples of reforms that we are continuing to implement despite the war. And the fight against corruption, further strengthening democratic standards of governance and the rule of law remain our top priorities. Anti-corruption measures are being constantly reinforced, and effective functioning of the system of anti-corruption institutions is ensured, including the Anti-Corruption Court, National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption, National Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. The recent revelations by the competent authorities of Ukraine of a number of high-level officials who are suspected of corrupt practices and subsequent personnel decisions and court proceedings are a clear indication of the state's leadership's zero tolerance for corruption, which is no place in Ukraine that we all want to build. So despite the war, we're continuing to transform Ukraine into a modern European democracy, a full-fledged member of the European Union and NATO. But as we said, the most important goal today for us is to win the war, and your solidarity, your help, and your support are bringing our victory closer. Thank you all very much for being here today, and I wish you all a productive discussion. Thank you.
Sure, I know that you're in a rush, but I wanted to thank you, sir, again for having come to us and given us as comprehensive a report as you have. Thank you very much in all the different categories. And I think it actually sets the pace. I see that our last of the panelists that we were worried about is here for the first panel. So we now move speedily to the very next panel, the very first panel of our discussion. The theme is robust democratic politics, assessing Ukraine's progress or regress. And I'd like to ask the moderator, Ambassador Dan Fried, to the dais, and then the following panelists, Mr. Steve Nix, Ms. Katie Fox, Mr. Jason Smart will be joining us by Zoom from Ukraine, and Mr. Orest Deychakiwsky, who I thought I saw, yes, he is, yes. Issues to consider: fair elections and effective political parties, free civil society, free media, and monitoring misdeeds in the Russian occupied territories. So I would ask everyone to join us, and I just simply want a very short word on the moderator himself, which is Ambassador Fried. I've told you that the United States essentially has Ukraine. You've just seen an example of Ukraine's diplomats, senior diplomats like Mr. Yaroslav Brisiuck. And they've actually, I think, in some ways have imitated the diplomatic corps of the United States. It's probably the finest diplomatic corps in the world today, but it probably is one of the finest diplomatic corps in history. And Dan Fried is at the center of that, because Dan Fried, in some ways, starting with all that wonderful stuff you did in Poland, Dan Fried has been a designer of the Euro-Atlantic future for all those countries that have actually known as New Europe, the ones that have joined and actually are now the firmest supporters of the Euro-Atlantic world. So, Dan, I wanted to start with that because I think you really should be honored for that. Okay, sir, it's all yours. You can start here, your word, or you can start here. We made sure that that the panel has working on.
We will all go through that. It's actually too generous. I was not the designer. I helped as I could, but the countries of Central and Eastern Europe drove their own history. They overthrew communism and they developed free market democracy. And on the strength of that achievement, they pushed successfully to join NATO and the European Union. We helped, but they did the work. Had they failed in their democracy, I would not take the blame. Therefore, I cannot take the credit. Neither, and my colleagues cannot, and my colleagues cannot do that. They did the work. And it's pretty obvious, it's obvious where I'm leading with this line of argument. Ukraine is following their path. Sovereignty, national identity, and democracy are not the same thing, but they have been linked in Central and Eastern Europe. In 1848, in 1989, and in Ukraine during the Orange Revolution, the Maidan, and today. Ukrainians themselves see their national identity as taking shape in a democratic form. It doesn't have to be that way, but it is that way in Ukraine. And I suppose it was easier for the Ukrainians to make that leap because Vladimir Putin was making the opposite argument. His case essentially is that Ukraine should be not only subordinate to Russia, but subordinate to its own local corrupt officialdom. And the Ukrainians were having none of it. The Orange Revolution and the Maidan were expressions simultaneously of a democratic future for Ukraine and a European vocation and future for Ukraine. In the Maidan, people were flying the EU flag because they were making, they said, a civilizational choice. Now Ukraine's in the middle of a war for survival, and Putin is clear that he wants to extinguish Ukrainian national identity as well as sovereignty and independence, fearing that a democratic Ukraine integrated with Europe would mean the death of the Russian Empire and perhaps the undermining of Putinism. He's probably right. Putin is probably right about that. That a democratic Ukraine would mean the end of Putinism. It would also mean the possibility, at least, for a change of course on the part of Russia, but that is not our subject. The subject of this panel is robust democratic politics assessing Ukraine's progress and regress. Progress and regress. There were different views in Ukraine before the start of the current phase of this war about how the Zelensky government was doing, how Bankova was doing. I remember some of those arguments at the time, and you can still hear, if you listen to Kyiv Mayor Klitschko, you will hear pretty strong views about some of the problems of democracy. When this war ends, Ukraine will still be standing. Either all of it or most of it. It is already clear that Putin will not destroy Ukraine. And then the question of Ukraine's relationship with Europe, with NATO, as we heard the Ukrainian DCM say, its future as a member of the European family, and transatlantic family, our family, will be front and center. That's the issue, the big issue at the Vilnius NATO summit. Where does Ukraine belong? And Ukraine's democracy, progress or regress, will be a critical issue. So it's good we're starting out. Look, we have a solid panel. Steve Nix, Katie Fox, Jason Smart, and Orest Deychakiwsky. They've got different perspectives on this. And I'll not try to describe it. They can do that. They can describe it for themselves better than I can. But I wanted to talk about the context. In any rate, Walter, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. And with that, we will go down in order. And Steve Nix of IRI, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Freed. Thank you, Ambassador Freed. Thank you, Walter, for organizing this event. It's always an honor to appear here, and thank you for asking me to return once again. Ambassador Freed stated the mission of this panel, subject matter, democratic politics. For the purposes of this discussion, since Ukraine is on war footing, we're not going to focus on politics and elections. That's not at the forefront. My preference is to focus on civil society because we at IRI don't separate political parties, elections, campaigns from civil society. It's an integral part of civil society in a democratic system. So I want to focus my presentation in 4 segments on civil society, sort of a contextual historical background of civil society in Ukraine, how civil society has been transformed since the war started, civil society's projected role in the reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine. And then finally, a discussion, a minute or two on politics, which will reemerge once Ukraine is victorious on the battlefield. So, civil society, Ambassador Freed already touched on this, the Revolution of Dignity. Let's recall that the Revolution of Dignity was not just about EU accession. It was the people delivering a message that they wanted decentralization / empowerment of local authorities. They wanted legal reform. They wanted judicial reform. They wanted increased efforts at battling corruption. They wanted a lot. And civil society went to work on all of these sectors to try to build democratic structures in Ukraine, increase Ukraine's prospects of joining European organizations. And as Walter noted, there's been progress in some fronts, not as much progress in other fronts, but again, slowly but surely moving closer to Europe. What happened since the war started with civil society? These very people that were working so hard on anti-corruption efforts, conditional reform, legal reform, transformed themselves in the war context into experts on military affairs, on humanitarian affairs. I can name some: Hanna Hopko, who's appeared before you previously, Daria Halabuk, Yulia Marcheshevsko. They transformed themselves and devoted themselves to helping Ukraine weather this crisis. And I think that's something that should be recognized as the role of civil society is playing in Ukraine today during the war. Looking forward to the future, we hear lots of talk about reconstruction, rebuilding after victory. We had the honor of hosting Mayor Klitschko recently in Washington, and I'd just like to repeat some of the basic principles he shared in meetings we had on the Hill and other places. And that was that when it comes to rebuilding Ukraine, we can't limit ourselves to rebuilding structures, physical structures, bridges, highways, buildings. We have to rebuild the court structure, the legal structures. We have to rebuild political structures. Everything has gone by the wayside in the wake of this war. So we have to focus on not just physical restructuring, but again, rebuilding democratic institutions. And I think that's a very, very important point that we all need to be cognizant of. Eventually, after victory, politics will reemerge. Again, I don't want to get into this except to say that Speaker Stefanchuk has already stated publicly that parliamentary elections scheduled in autumn will not take place. When I was in Kiev recently, there was a lot of discussion about the timing of elections, about the possibility of combining Rada elections, presidential elections. We certainly don't know the outcome. We just know that those discussions are underway. It's all part of the rebuilding process of Ukraine. Again, politics is not at the forefront, but it's in the back of people's minds once Ukraine wins this war, that there will be national elections. And again, to connect up with what Ambassador Freed said about NATO membership and EU membership, It's critical that elections, whenever they're held, are the best elections that Ukraine has ever conducted. So that means having the right legal framework in place, the right administrative structures for the administration elections, the right media coverage of elections, and an open and competitive process. So I'm going to sum up the civil society role in a couple of points that I want to make since I have the microphone, as Ronald Reagan once said. We're doing polling for President Zelensky, and I was in Kiev to brief out the poll on Baikova, Speaker, others, Vichko, others. I just want to raise 3 points from IRI polling data. It's national survey data, representative sample. 3 key points. President Zelensky currently has a 91% job approval rate. So clearly, the Ukrainian people continue to rally around this wartime president. Second point, NATO membership is skyrocketing. 82% of Ukrainians want their country to be part of NATO. That's a 23% increase from the poll we did right after it started. And the movement in these numbers is all coming from the south, from the east, because we always had 90% support for NATO membership in Western Ukraine, which is another important point that we see from this data is that these geographic differences that we saw in polling that we've done over the years in Ukraine are disappearing. There's unanimity on a number of these questions that we asked: east, south, west, north. The Ukrainian people are unified. The polling data tells us that. So presidential popularity, strong support, NATO membership, skyrocketing. The third point we asked in consultation with the administration is, what should be the outcome? What's the end game? What's the goal of this war? And an overwhelming majority, 72%, said a return to the borders of 1991 with all that that implies. So you've heard President Zelensky channeling this. Now you see the Ukrainian people stating this. So I think the appropriate question to ask, both here in Washington and also in Brussels, is, shouldn't that be our goal? Shouldn't that be our policy? To do everything that we can to help Ukraine reclaim its territory and return to the borders of 1991. I certainly think it should be. And we'll continue to make that case with officials that we talk to. I'm an attorney. I'm accustomed to doing 3-minute motions before the clerk cuts me off. I'm not going to use my full time. I'd rather have a discussion later on. But again, I think civil society is going to play a continued role. It has historically, it will. And I applaud civil society, and I'm going to give Ukraine high marks for civil society actions that have taken place during this war. Thank you so much.
Katie Fox of NDI.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
I am going to go up to the podium because I have a PowerPoint and I want to make sure that I'm seeing the same things that you are seeing. I actually don't need this. Okay, coming up. So I am going to talk about Ukraine's democratic progress through the prism of some very recent polling that NDI did. Like IRI, we also do polling, and this is very fresh data. You're essentially seeing it in real time. The fieldwork was done in May, and we spent the last couple of weeks presenting it to the president's office in Ukraine, the heads of the political parties, civil society, and also to international actors, European Parliament in Brussels, etc. So while we're getting the slides up, I'll just, okay. So a May survey, it's a random sample, 2,500 people. Next slide. And I promise I will not repeat the points that Steve made because the data is very similar, but I'll show you the ones that are different. Next slide.
Okay. Sorry, maybe click that.
Okay, that's the methodology. As I said, 2,500 and next slide. Okay, democratic values. Next slide. So we do these polls every 6 months, and we always ask, how important is it to you that Ukraine becomes a fully functioning democracy? democracy is obviously popular, but what you want to notice here is, as Steve said, it's not only it's 95%, but it's absolutely universal across the country. There's no regional division. Also, you can see that it's risen 21% since the poll we took just before the war, which shows that people understand and are even more invested in this idea of Ukrainian democracy since they've had to fight for it on the battlefield. They understand what they're fighting for. Next slide. So because democracy is such a catchphrase and so popular, we asked, what does it mean to you? And here we can see that the things that people cite, equal justice for all, freedom of speech, etc., are truly the hallmarks of democracy that would be mentioned in any setting. So the understanding is genuine and deep. Next slide, please. To further test sort of understanding and commitment, we asked the hard question. A hard question about democratic values. To what extent do you support rights, equal rights, and civil partnership? And here we see very, very high numbers, up at 60%. And this is the question that divides the people who have genuinely democratic and tolerant values and the people in places of, so-called managed democracy or other pretenses that Putin espouses. This is a genuine test of, to some extent, a genuine democratic commitment. So these numbers are rising, and in fact, a bill on civil partnerships is also advanced in the Rada in the last few months. Next slide. Okay, this is where we ask a very important attribute of democracy, which is fighting corruption. To what extent do you trust the following groups to fight corruption in Ukraine? We see very high numbers for journalists and civil society, which is great. Also, interestingly, quite a high amount of trust in the government agencies, especially the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. This is significant because for those of you who follow Ukraine, generally, there is a very high degree of skepticism in the Ukrainians have in their government. So the fact that and the people we show this to in the Ukrainian government were actually a little surprised that it's this high for NABU. And it may indeed be sort of a halo effect because there's a strong approval for a wartime government, but at any rate, it is a good news story. Next, please. Okay, moving to government accountability. Next, please. Okay, so here we have asked people to rate the performance of President Zelensky and then the parliament and the government. This is something we track over time, and what we see is that Zelensky's ratings remain high, but the parliament and the government's performance ratings have gradually been falling. What we think this is a reversion to the usual. People are going back to really expecting accountability and performance from their government rather than automatically awarding a high mark as they may have at the beginning of the war. So this is, in a way, this is also a good news story for democracy. So next slide. So then to sort of break this down in a more granular fashion, we asked about trust in people in three sectors: the government, political parties, and defense. This is the government, and you can see Zelensky's very high. Everybody associated with the war, a very high, a lot of green, and then it starts to go down. Next slide. This is the political party slide. A lot of approval for Mr. Bertula, who's been very active assisting the war effort, some of the newer parties, and then you see the very, very high negatives for, as we have seen over time, increasingly negative for people who are in government, and then for the older parties of Poroshenko and Tymoshenko, very, very negative, which has been consistent over time. Next slide, please. And then this is we asked about officials involved or people involved in prosecuting the war. Obviously, lots of green there, very high. And next slide. So we asked about reconstruction, huge challenge that Ukraine is going to be facing. Next slide. Okay, so in your opinion, who should primarily fund and who should oversee the reconstruction process? 80% think that it should be paid for out of seized Russian assets. No surprise there. In terms of who should fund and oversee, obviously people think that the international organizations should they get the largest vote of confidence in terms of being able to oversee it. Central government is reasonably high, again, considering a historic skepticism of government in Ukraine. It's got reasonably high numbers in the 30s. Citizens of Ukraine, almost as high as central government. So a real belief in citizen oversight of reconstruction. Next slide, please. So here we asked people we asked whether they agree or disagree with a series of statements which really trust citizens' confidence in the government to manage reconstruction. So we asked, do you trust the government to deploy reconstruction to the regions where it's needed? Do you trust them to involve different parties, to contain corruption, et cetera? And you see a lot of green there. So the government goes into the reconstruction process with a lot of trust, which is, a very good way to start. And you also see the bottom is about transparency. There is sufficient government transparency about how decisions are made on reconstruction. At the moment, more people believe that than don't believe it. So again, trust, which is good. Finally, I draw your attention to the second to the last one, which says about half of Ukrainians believe that local government should be in the driver's seat on reconstruction. Next slide, please. Okay, so we asked people to get a sense of expectations of the government for reconstruction, what they associate with these words. And interesting here is on reconstruction, and of course you've got rebuilding and recovery, but also reforming government is quite big in the word cloud. So that's something that's also expected. I think Steve also alluded to that as being an unfinished process, and of course it is. Next slide, please. Okay, a little bit on the war. Try not to duplicate what's been said. Okay, so what this slide and the next one show is that Ukraine's infrastructure has been rebuilt. This is, we ask, since the beginning of the full-scale war, have you gone without electricity, internet, communication, heating, et cetera? This is the January poll. So you see a lot of red, lots of people going without. Next slide. Okay, this is the May poll. So the red is much smaller, which means everything's back and people are not. Yeah. Next slide, please. So here we ask about the ways in which the war has affected you. And the key thing here, I think, is if you look at loss of friends and family, you want to compare the blue slide, the blue and the purple bars. The purple is a year ago, the blue is today. You see that numbers of lost friends and family has gone up from 20 to 44%. It's been a very big loss. So keeping that in mind, next slide. So here we ask, are you optimistic or pessimistic about Ukraine? And despite the losses, this is absolutely constant from May 2022 to 2023. It's 87 and 88% people. Next slide, please. And here's the reason. When we ask them, what's the reason for your optimism? Victory. Next slide, please. This is an illustration of the same thing, that this point that Steve made, that the only price for peace that Ukrainians will accept is the return of all territories held prior to 2014, including Crimea and Donbass. That's what same, okay. This one, this is on, also Steve made this point as well, EU and NATO. Again, comparing the purple and the blue bars, you'll see that from May 2022 to 2023, we've seen very stable and very high numbers of people wanting to join EU. That's the top two. But the NATO numbers have really moved. You can see the number of people who want and expect Ukraine to be a member of NATO has really increased over the last year. Next slide. Okay, so we also measured expectations on how soon Ukraine will join EU. And here you also, again, look at the blue versus the purple. What you see here is a much greater understanding over the course of the year that it's going to take time to join the EU, and it's not going to be Okay, I think that's it. Is that the end? Yeah, thank you.
That was both terrific and also part the optimism tempered with realism, the faith in victory, but also the sense that victory, democracy, and the European future are all linked. That's important, and it destroys the Russian narrative held by, sadly, some in the West. The Ukraine's default position is authoritarian and corrupt. And that Ukraine had best be left to the Kremlin. That's Putin's argument. This blows it away. I think we all of us who follow Ukraine sort of sense that, but the numbers are fascinating. So terrific. Jason J. Smart is next. And from, Jason from the Kyiv Post.
Good morning. I don't know if I'm audible. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Not hear me?
Can you speak to him now?
Do you hear me?
On the microphone. Can you say something to?
Where are you? Jason?
Unfortunately, I'm abroad at the moment, but do you hear me? Is the audio working?
Yes.
Did you hear me? Do you hear us?
Yes.
Because we do
Yes.
not hear you yet.
Yeah. Coming through the main system, so. Let me see, we can move him to another one. Hold on. What have I? Can you ask him to say something again?
Hello, good morning.
Perfect, okay, I have
Jason,
something
do
from.
you hear us?
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Okay, we hear him, and I'm just gonna switch over here, I'm gonna max this out, and. I'm gonna improvise. I'm gonna improvise, it's not gonna do the HDMI, so I'm just gonna grab this, right.
And everybody's gonna hear him in 2 seconds.
All right, we should be able to hear you now, Jason.
Okay, very good. So I'll be brief in my remarks. But as we're covering the issues of democracy in Ukraine today and how we see the situation, because I do happen to write articles sometimes for the Kyiv Post, I thought the issue of
Hold on for 1 second, when something is playing, but for some reason it doesn't want to be as loud as I wanted. Ay. Haven't had this issue before, sorry. Maybe we switch, if you want to switch over to Orest, can we hold on for just 1 second while I figure out why this is happening and have Orest speak?
Why don't we have
Sure.
and you work out the technique.
I will do that.
Okay, Orest, okay, you're on.
Okay. I'm not gonna be quite as encouraging and the panel knows this, because we talked about it ahead of time, because I'm gonna focus on, thank you, the occupied territories. Okay, and that's a discouraging piece, but sometimes and Katie and Steve remember that from previous panels, post 2014 ones, where in assessing human rights and democratic progress, we also, there was obviously a need to cover the Russian occupied areas. So here goes. If my so so the title of the panel deals with democracy. Sure thing. So the title of the panel deals with democratic progress, but I'll speak to the issue of human rights, as human rights and freedoms and constitute essential foundations for democratic societies. So I am going to focus on Russian occupied territories. And Russia's violated just about every international agreement and norm there is with its full-scale invasion, including the UN Charter and all 10 OSCE foundational principles enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act. That's something that Dan, I know, working at State Department, is very familiar with. Territorial integrity and sovereignty, the whole inviolability of borders, the whole notion that you can't change borders by force. But it also deals with human rights. And it's important to remember that, you know, this is not just about esoteric international principles or just about territory or land, but millions of real human beings who inhabit that territory, including those who have fled or been deported and who call those places home and may want to return. So the consensus in the international community is that human rights and democracy situation in occupied Ukraine is dire, both severe and widespread violations. Secretary General of the UN, Guterres, asserted that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has triggered the most massive violations of human rights in the world today. We're all familiar with the gut-wrenching stories of unspeakable horror and loss on individual human beings on a scale not seen since World War II, at least in Europe. Obviously, there's been some horrors, think back to the Balkans in the 1990s or Chechnya in the 90s and then the early 2000s. One need only evoke or mention Bucha, Irpin, Izum, Kherson, Mariupol, which evoke these horrible scenes of war crimes and atrocities. Thankfully, many of these places have been liberated. Or, you know, the indiscriminate, relentless Russian missile and drone attacks on civilians and infrastructure on what you might call non-occupied Ukraine, which have destroyed so many lives and property, most recently, maybe, you know, Zelensky's hometown just yesterday, and Odessa today. Now, the State Department Human Rights Country Report for Ukraine and a whole vast array of other government international organizations, NGOs, lists a series of violations. And they include massive and lawful killings, including summary executions and forced disappearances and interrogations with no due process and arbitrary detention and torture, and physical and psychological abuse and sexual violence, among others. Large numbers of political prisoners and detainees languish in appalling conditions in detention centers. You have severe restrictions on political rights and civil liberties, our freedom of expression and media, assembly and association and religion and movement. And of course, the denial of citizens to vote in free and fair elections or have, well, rule of law in a nutshell, it's not existing, it's a joke in those places. So this has been around, as we know, since 2013. Although with the full-scale invasion, the occupation obviously has expanded. It's become much more brutal in its execution, and it's acquired some new and even terrifying features. So here are just some. Within the last couple months, you have numerous political prosecutions and the meting out of really ridiculously harsh sentences to Crimean Tatar and Ukrainian activists, or the forcible transfer of Ukrainian civilians to Russia or other Russian-controlled areas, the denial of other freedoms. I'll just cite one. Religious violence against believers, also searches and vandalism and artifacts, appropriation of religious property, including for military use. And this affects not only the so-called, from the Russian point of view, non-traditional churches, it's even started to affect what used to be sort of the pro-Moscow or formerly Moscow Patriarchate Ukrainian Orthodox churches, which also is kind of telling. Then you have the notorious filtration process, form of compulsory and intrusive security screening, mainly to identify those deemed to be too pro-Ukrainian. They're often violently interrogated and detained in the filtration camps, which are essentially, they've been called concentration camps. And of course, they're subject to some of the things I mentioned earlier, killings, torture, rape, etc. Or the forced transfers of and abductions of children, tens and more likely probably hundreds of thousands kidnapped from summer camps and medical facilities and orphanages, forced to change their citizenship, many sent to Russia where they're adopted by complete strangers, even when there are living relatives who sometimes desperately search for them. You know, hence the ICC warrant for Putin and his Children's Rights Commissioner, or whatever her name is. This is one of the main reasons many experts consider Russian actions in Ukraine to be genocide. And then you have the full-scale Russification. I have a feeling that'll be touched upon in a later panel on social cohesion, but destruction of Ukrainian cultural and historical heritage, the crude and cruel indoctrination and brainwashing of Ukrainian children, forbidding Ukrainian language in school. To just cite one example, you know, threats to sew lips shut if kids dare to speak in Ukrainian, or the mistreatment of Ukrainian language teachers, or even fining parents of children who continue to study online in Ukrainian schools. And these are just a few illustrations, and again, of Russia's genocidal aim to erase Ukrainian identity. We also have the phenomenon of passportization, the pressure to adopt Russian citizenship in these newly acquired territories. And again, this is nothing new because you've seen passportization in Crimea and occupied Donbass even before the full-fledged invasion. Well, among other things, it makes men eligible to be conscripted as on the Russian side. Of course, there's a whole separate issue of forcible conscription. According to a recent decree from April 27th, not that long ago, by Putin, Ukrainians in these newly occupied territories who do not accept Russian passports will be designated as foreigners. Think about it, foreigners in your own land. If they don't have Russian documents, they may be denied access to social services and medical help and medication, including insulin. Apparently, this is already happening in places like Melitopol, starting June 1st in parts of Zaryckyj Oblast, or the ability to hold certain jobs or to leave the occupied territories, or youth reportedly will not be allowed to graduate without Russian passports, difficulty in retaining property rights. You see the relocation of Russian families to inhabit Ukrainian homes, which previous occupiers have fled. In Crimea, thousands have been stripped of their plots of land because they don't have Russian citizenship. And then, and this will surprise nobody, Russia apparently is only evacuating Russian passport holders from the Kakhovka dam flooded areas in the occupied parts of southern Kherson Oblast. Of course, sometimes they prevent all evacuation, and not to mention there are reports of them shooting people trying to leave or attempting to rescue victims. On the elections front, just a few weeks ago, on May 29th, Putin signed a law allowing for so-called regional elections in a pathetic attempt to legitimize the occupation. It's supposedly going to take place on September 1st. I say supposedly because hopefully at least by that time, some of the places, not all, will be liberated. A few already have been, as we know from news accounts in recent days. Of course, we all know this is going to be a very tough fight, but that's another discussion. Should these elections take place, they'll be neither free nor fair. They'll follow the model, the penal farce, just like all previous elections and referenda held in occupied Ukraine since 2014. Most recently, the sham September 2022 annexation referenda on the 4 oblasts, Zaporizhzhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, which, by the way, weren't even fully occupied then and are even less so now. Another recently passed Russian Duma bill envisages the forced and controlled movement of citizens from Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory, Russian Federation. I'm just trying to give you a real sense of how bad it is, obviously. So all these massive rights and democracy violations, they're designed to intimidate, to break the will of the Ukrainian people, create a climate of fear, call it what you will. It's part of a centralized and very conscious plan to subjugate Ukrainian citizens to Russia's authority. Of course, as we all know too, there is resistance. Now, to conclude, some international politicians and analysts, this touches upon something a little bit that both of you mentioned, believe that negotiations between Ukraine and Russia are inevitable, although it seems highly unlikely in the near term. But it's important to understand that any such deal that might take place, genocide and human rights atrocities not magically disappear in any territory that remains under Russia's occupation. Civil liberties and political freedoms will continue to be crushed. We should have no illusions about that whatsoever. So in any ceasefire or land for peace deal, there won't be any peace, certainly not for those Ukrainians suffering under the occupation. Something that the real politicians may want to think about, assuming they even care about it, but that's another discussion too. Now, so the future of democracy and human rights depends on winning the war and the international community's response to it, led, of course, by the United States. And winning means the withdrawal of Russian forces from every inch of internationally recognized Ukrainian territory. And this is something, as Steve pointed out, in polls that Ukrainians pretty unequivocally support. And only this will restore Ukrainians' rights and freedoms and provide the peace and security and justice and dignity that they deserve. Thanks.
That was terrific. And I will abuse my role as moderator to add that you have pointed out that in any negotiation that settles, or at least temporarily settles, this conflict on terms that leaves some Ukrainian territory occupied by Russia, there are human consequences. This stuff counts. And I fear there are some who speak of negotiations and mean it honestly, because it's not clear where the battle will end. And I would put Secretary Blinken in that category. There are others, I won't name them, but I think you know who they are, for whom Ukrainians, and I will say this with apologies, Walter, for whom Ukrainians are merely dots, and if those dots stop moving forever, that is the price of some abstraction in international relations. I feel rather strongly about this. These things count. The war and peace counts. There are human consequences, and Walter, Orest, you did a terrific job of reminding us of something we all know, but it helps to be thrown in our face. The actual human consequences of Russia's occupation. It is not neutral. It's not 18th century of one European province going from one prince to another. So thank you for that. We're good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jason Smart, can you hear us? And
I can hear
where
you.
are
Can you hear me?
Let us know where you are.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I'm abroad, unfortunately. I'm not with you in
Was
Washington.
working before.
Oh, Jesus.
Hold on. While you ask him to speak again.
Hello.
Jason, we're still trying. Can you,
Good. Try.
Can you hear me? We cannot hear you.
He is saying something.
I am speaking. I don't know
Yes,
if you can hear me.
hold on. I'm gonna take this off. And now.
Now does it work?
Yes.
Wow, there we go.
Yes,
Miraculous.
you're all good.
Very good. So I'm sorry I cannot be with you today. I'm unfortunately out of the country and not in Washington. But I prepared just some brief remarks in light of the fact that the other panelists I recognize we're going to talk about IRI and NDI. about things that were relating to polling and civil society and the political situation. I thought that because I do write articles at times for the Kiev Post, that perhaps press freedom might be an interesting topic, especially in the context of how we discuss press freedom. So traditionally, NGOs, think tanks, and others, including press organizations, give out yearly rankings. Is the press more free this year than it was last year? Using a rubric that's usually a set group of criteria: how much media independence there is, how much transparency there is, how much infrastructure there is, are there abuses, are the journalists harassed? And as a rule of thumb, it's very logical and it's a very comfortable way to organize things, because you check a box, you give 8 points, you give 10 points if things are going really well, but it's very easy to grade, to rank. But there's a problem in the methodology of this. And the problem in the methodology is that the situation in Ukraine is a statistical outlier. So if you were to say, is the press as free now as it was before the war? Well, no, it's not. But it's really not a fair way of asking the question. And when you're doing statistics, as you know, there's an outlier. You can take it out of the pool because it does have a discharacterizing factor on the rest of the data set. It's no longer representative of what's going on. We have to look at things in the context in which they're occurring. So there's a larger question. Those who would want to criticize Ukraine will argue that, yes, Ukraine has less freedom. Specifically, journalists must be accredited. Those going to Eastern Ukraine must be accredited in a specific way. There has also been journalists that have been expelled from the country, that have been detained by the SBU, and other things. And that's, I think, a very unfair criticism, to be fair, is that this is not looking at the context of how this happened. Why did these things happen? So in the context of, for instance, accreditation, yes, there's a process to see if it's a legitimate person representing a legitimate news source. There have been people who were quite openly pro-Russian, working actively against Ukraine, people who were not allowed to re-enter Ukraine. I think this is a little bit different than inherently going after the free press. This is not the Washington Post being expelled. This is groups who are actively trying to hurt Ukraine's interest and not reflecting news, but rather setting a narrative that would be detrimental to Ukraine's interest. In a state of war, there's other restrictions, such as not taking photographs of military convoys, not taking photographs of air defense and things like this. Once again, is that actively a backsliding of democracy? Is that a backsliding of press freedom? If you're using a generic rubric, as typically is done, you would say, well, yes, this year we can take less photos than we could take 2 years ago. But once again, I think that's a very unfair assessment. The second school of thought, and that is the one that the majority of Ukrainians would probably hold, and that of the Ukrainian government, is that we have to distinguish between restrictions that are done to the press to cover up, for instance, corruption in the government or to cover up something embarrassing for the government, versus those that are done for the immediate needs of the state interest. That is, defense locations cannot be disclosed. This is being done in a sense that it's not being done the restrictions are not being done to protect the government, rather they're being done to protect the population as a whole. And there is a big distinction between these two things. What is being done in the case of, for instance, Russia, which restricts the press because it does not want the people to know what is really going on. It does not want the people to know what their leaders are really doing. And this is being done to help the Russian government stay in power. It is not being done for any other purpose. In the case of Ukraine, it's being done to protect the nations as a whole. The whole population benefits from the fact that defense locations are not given away. So there's a distinction. So let's perhaps look at this two schools. Is there a restriction and is it acceptable? And is there no restrictions or no restrictions should be had? And anything short of that is bad and a backsliding of democracy. And I'd argue it's similar to a Hegelian dialectic, that there appears to be a contradiction between the proposition, the thesis, and its antithesis. And it can be resolved in this case through a level of truth or the synthesis. And in this case, that would be quite simple. I think that Ukraine, in the context of a war, cannot be looked at as press more free using a simple rubric. As I said, it's a statistical sampling error, as it's assuming that the populations of journalists in two distinct countries are facing the same circumstances. And so when you're doing the ranking of all the countries in the world, Ukraine will fall lower in the rankings than, say, a journalist in a different country, in Canada, perhaps, because, well, in Canada, they can take photos of whatever they want. But Canada is not in a state of war. They don't have the needs to put the same restrictions on their journalists that Ukraine has to. There's a different situation that Canada is dealing with, than is Ukraine. Yet, undoubtedly, Ukraine will show up lower in the rankings this year and last year due to the fact that there were restrictions on press freedom. When we're looking at the extraordinary circumstances and these statistical outliers, there should perhaps be a litmus test which is administered. Is the publication of the information pertinent to a clear and present danger being presented in the context of the war, or is it being done to silence critics? So I think if we were to look at that, it would be different. So I think it could be a legitimate criticism of the government last year, I guess was, when they passed the anti-oligarch law, which took away property ownership of TV stations from some oligarchs. That is something that I'm not saying if it's good or bad, but I can see why that could be criticized. But when we took at the context of the war specifically, that's different. The litmus test would be that one was done by the parliament for a political purpose. The other one was done by the National Security Board because it wishes to improve the national security of Ukraine. And in this case, it is not simply whether it is a restriction of freedom, but rather does it protect the population as a whole from a clear and present danger. I think it is also likely that when we look at who is restricted from covering the news in Ukraine, the Russian press does complain that the Ukrainian government does not allow the Russian press to enter the country, which is of course absurd. We know that the Russian press has no intent whatsoever to cover the news. The Russian press is showing up there for propaganda purposes. It is showing up in fact, only to hurt Ukraine. That is their intent of going there, is not to report the news. And if we see what they report out of the so-called DNR and LNR, we see that it's just pure propaganda. So I think it is important, in fact, that they are blocked from entering Ukraine. In any rational country in the world, that would be the exact same policy. There's nothing exceptional. So if we look at the circumstances that have been imposed on Ukraine by Russia, what Ukraine is doing is quite wise if it wishes to prevent a wider loss of life within its country. And so I think as a whole, if we ask the question, and we always look at the framing, for reasons that are not of military security, rather for political expediency, is freedom of the press being limited in Ukraine? And I would say that no, there's not a huge signs in the past year that there's been any restrictions on press freedom done for the point of political expediency. They've only been restrictions done for a very obvious national security reasons. And therefore, I would say that, Ukraine has done quite well in this circumstance. It would definitely get at least a B, given all that is going on.
To the issue of press freedom looking ahead. When this phase of the war ends, I conclude from your numbers that the Ukrainian people will insist that the Ukraine that arises from the ashes of the war be worthy of their sacrifice.
Right.
And what I suspect they will mean by that is justice, the rule of law, democratic freedoms. I can imagine they will argue we didn't believe to go back to the oligarch rule. We're having none of it, which is not a particularly penetrating observation by me. It seems clear. But I kept thinking of Katie's numbers, listening to the issues of press freedom. And if Zelensky is as good a politician as he is proven to be during the war, he will rise to the task after the war. But that's not, I don't know. Walter, I think we have time for questions. We have been, all right, and I'm told I have to go to the podium.
No, audience needs to come to the.
Okay, the audience needs to come to the podium to ask questions. So I'll call on people. Your hand is raised, and then come up so we're not saving time, and we'll have a line.
Thank you very much.
Just please, mention who you are.
Yeah, I'm Volker Foundation. I have a question and perhaps a follow-up with Katie and your number in your report. Maybe I missed this, but how large was your sample size and in which region of Ukraine was were the polls conducted?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. I should have said that at the beginning. The sample was 2,509. It was conducted, it's a nationally random representative sample. It included in the sample is anybody who has a Ukrainian cell phone. So there are going to be people in the newly occupied territories who still have Ukrainian cell phone numbers, maybe a lot, but some. There's going to be no aid in the places prior to 2014.
So to follow up on that polling, perhaps you could tell me how that polling would be divergent now that the dam broke and we're expecting a significant GDP change regionally with the soil regionally will be changing. It'll have a major impact on Ukrainian agricultural industry, and especially in places like Kryvyi and other places. The population in terms of rebuilding the economy, not to mention the ecological consequences of what occurred, is just at a catastrophic biblical scale. So I imagine the opinions nationally will have changed. Please.
You're probably right. We'll do another poll in December, and we have in the past done oversampling in some regions, so we may be able to test that.
Thank you.
Let me just add to that if I could. We'll go back out in the field and late August, early September. That goes out what the questions will ask. Katie's right. These polls are a snapshot in time. So we won't know the answer to the question until there's additional.
Of course. Yeah.
It's next.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to speak with us today. My name is Alexei. I'm a student at Yale and an intern at the IRI. I have questions about the survival of Ukrainian democratic institutions. Is that when you think of a challenge of a full-scale invasion of any country, we often primarily think of military and humanitarian challenges. But there is a real risk of political institutions just collapsing. That's what happened to the Third French Republic in 1940 after the German attack. That's what happened to the Afghan government in 2021 after the Taliban attack. Russia didn't manage to achieve this result in Ukraine. And survival of Ukrainian institutions, again, was not a given. It could have happened, could have not happened. And so I am curious, what is it about Ukrainian institutions on February 24th that through the initial Russian strike on February 24th? Whoever wants to.
I would just say a quick response. The result shows the resilience of Ukraine. 97% of Ukrainians in our most recent poll said that they're confident Ukraine will win. Now we assess they have no choice. If they lose this war, they're going to lose the war. But again, you see this sense of optimism in all the polling data. And as I said in my opening statement, civil society quickly turned on the dime. And all of the advocates who were decentralization or corporate reform, anti-corruption, now began humanitarian efforts, promoting military assistance, other types of financial assistance. So I think you have to credit Ukrainian people and Ukrainian civil society for reacting appropriately to the wartime condition. Everybody changed their direction, their purpose. Sole purpose was to help Ukraine in this conflict and provide assistance to Ukraine.
I don't have much to add to that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Different than France in 1940, France in the 30s was being hollowed out by political factions, right and left. And they lost. They lost the war, and that was the final shock. In Ukraine, you can see a rise from through the Orange Revolution to the Revolution of Dignity, of a Ukrainian national identity, a Ukrainian patriotism, which was crystallizing in a democratic form. It could have been otherwise, but in reality, it crystallized in a democratic form, and there was the successful resistance in the first days and weeks after February 2022. I think gave Ukrainians a confidence that they would prevail. You see it in the numbers. We have come so far, we will prevail. That doesn't mean they will, but they've done damn well.
Thank you.
If I could just add on Ukrainian civil society, this is really nothing new. There's been a foundation for a long time, as we all know. It started even before, with the Soviet Union fell apart, with the dissidents and Helsinki monitors. After independence increased, the Orange Revolution, let's not forget how dynamic it was then, and I'm talking specifically about civil society. Maidan, there's a whole history. It's increased, it's gotten better, it's gotten more and more dynamic. And I think, to Steve, to everybody's points, that's the magic sauce in civil society.
So since I'm going to raise a few complex issues, I'll do it with a preamble by saying that I fully agree that Ukraine gets very high marks for generally coping, and Ukraine's leadership for generally coping with the relative degree of freedoms within a very complicated environment, to say the least. But I do want to.
Identify yourself.
Oh, Adrian Karatninsky with the Atlantic Council. I'll be speaking later. And former head of Freedom House, so I know something about these numbers that Jason has demurred from, and probably appropriately so. But my basic point is this: there are several issues. One is the quality of what currently appears on Ukraine's airwaves. Much of it, frankly, is propaganda and expert discussions about limited information. There is still news investigative work being done mainly by grant-funded institutions, but there is a hollowing out of media because of the oligarch law. I mean, whatever, the oligarchs used the media to attack their enemies, but some of that attack was investigative journalism, and there were actually newsrooms and so on. Right now, we have this complete atomization of journalism with individual journalists spinning off and creating their own little pages. And I just wonder, and a few of the and there's on the one hand, there's this great concentration in the two TV channels, the Ukrainian one, and which is an agglomeration of 8 or 9 channels. And then there are a couple, I would say, semi-independent channels linked to Petro Poroshenko, for want of a better term. And that's probably the media environment. So I think that's something to be worried about. The second thing to be worried about is the conversation that there was being held about holding a national election at a time of war with half the population displaced and out of their homes, potentially through electronic democracy. I think I'd like to hear a little bit of commentary on that. And then finally, I think, we will have this, I think it's absolutely right to say that civil society and democratic attitudes and all these things that are reflected in books are out there. But we also will have, at the end of the war, a lot of traumatized people coming back from the war, expecting government to act immediately, and being, at a very low level of tolerance. So all I'm saying is that everything has gone as well as it possibly could, but we have to be mindful of these little tremors that are out there, and they have to be part of the engagement that Western society has with the Ukrainian leadership, obviously to a limited degree, because they've got much more the first.
Thank you. Boss.
I have a couple comments on all of those things. Very, very good points. Thank you. You're absolutely right that there is a threat to, I think, It's really, there is a threat to media freedom that is not only in how journalists are treated, but in the ability of a lot of independent voices across the spectrum to survive when there's such a concentration of media, particularly also on elections, a few points. A slide I didn't show shows that most Ukrainians do not want to respect elections until after the war is over. It's also the opinion of experts like the Flora, the Premier Election Monitoring Group, that Ukraine will not be ready for at least 6 months. Strained. And there's a very important point to be made here that for elections to be held, we need technical conditions, we need such as ways to enable people who are overseas, not allowing people to vote. But you also need the political conditions, which means that martial law has to be lifted, there has to be a plurality of media out there. New parties have to be able to form and campaign, including parties that represent new constituencies, such as veterans, or broad constituencies, I should say. And we estimate that those political conditions will require 6 months of a relatively free environment, no martial law yet. And then on your last point about the expectations for the government, yes, they're going to be very, very high. Joking, last about the fate of Churchill after the war, and it wasn't selected. Couldn't deliver on the post.
Good morning, and thank you for that great presentation. My name is Yuri, and my question is directed to Mr. Nix. Can you please comment on what role civil society will play in rebuilding, reconstruction after the war?
Or what I attempted to portray in my opening statement is that civil society has played a huge role, of course, the war played a huge role in rebuilding Ukraine. They said, quoting Mayor Klitschko, rebuilding Ukraine doesn't mean rebuilding political structures. Physical structures, instead political structures, continued legal and judicial reform. And I think that civil society will play a critical role in all of those reforms. Again, we're going to be entering into a critical stage. You brought up very, very important topics about what happens after the war ends, building Ukraine, trying to hold elections at a reasonable time frame, dealing with the IPP question. There are a number of important issues, critical issues that Ukraine is going to face. I predict that civil society is going to continue to play a crucial role in every one.
And I think due to the time, this will be the last question.
Yeah, George Nesterchuk, my affiliation would be Ukrainian Congress Committee, Ukrainian Information Service. I'd like to make an observation on the data, on the polling, which is first rate, excellent. I'd been looking at the transition of Ukraine from the Soviet period into a modern, westernized type of society, expecting 20 to 30 years as the time frame, basically a generation to be born in Ukraine, raised in Ukraine with by Western standards, with information technology giving them a good look at Western society. And then looking at the cultural changes that would represent, because right now we're seeing a fight between Western civilization and the Soviet Russian autocratic system. Ukraine is a great example for US historians, political scientists to look at the transition of a society from a repressive, regressive society that Russia represents to what we are offering the rest of the world and the time frame. So in looking at the data, I've been looking at presidential elections in Ukraine from 1991 to the present, and looking at the trend lines, voter support for Western-oriented presidential candidates since 1991. And initially, we had the Western Oblasts voting European, basically European vector. By the second Kuchma administration, that had spread to pretty much all the territory west of the Dnipro, KU, southern Oblast, Odessa, a little less so. I'm making that point in that Putin recognized what he was losing in Ukraine is a cultural war. It had nothing to do with NATO, nothing to do with NATO. It was a cultural, civilizational war. Ukraine was choosing Western civilization as its future. Europe, the EU being the surrogate for that, and rejecting Russia. There's a message in that for American political scientists like Mearsheimer, who like to think of Russia as some kind of equivalent to us in terms of a power and all that. That, you know, even Putin recognizes this as a civilizational choice. Ukrainians rejecting what Russia has to offer. I would suggest that, you know, the data you provided today is wonderful, terrific. It's a very short time frame. You're using May of last year to now. If you would expand some of that data in future presentations to show how Ukraine has grown, it was on a trajectory towards Europe for 30 years, exponential, I would suggest to you. It kind of makes the case that what Putin was fighting was that trajectory, not NATO. It'll help in some of the political discourse here in the US. If you want to comment on that, based on, I know you guys have been doing polling for a long time. If you could address that in terms of what your database looks like from that historical perspective, it'd be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good point. And we do have polls that go back a number of years, certainly NDI since the Revolution of Dignity. We didn't do polling before that. We can show a trajectory over time, and we do make an effort to mention policymakers to show those polls. And that definitely certainly will show a historical perspective.
Thank you, George. IRI's been doing polling in Ukraine for 20 years. And again, I'll repeat what I said in my opening statement is historically, we've always seen very distinct geographic differences in whether it's EU membership, NATO membership, but a variety of other issues as well. There were always distinctions between Eastern Ukraine, Western Ukraine, Central Ukraine, Northern Ukraine. And the recent polling since war started, we're seeing those differences gradually diminish. And the trend line is they're going to disagree. Ukrainians are united on so many issues now. Again, because of the war, for other reasons, but that's one of the important trend lines in the IRI data. You see it in the NDI data. That's going to continue. I'm going to use, we're out of time. I just want to make one last point. That is that I appeared before all of you last year, made the point in the course of this war that the collective West failed Ukraine in 2014. We had another chance at it with this current conflict. We couldn't afford to fail Ukraine yet. I just like the audience to remember where are we now? Ukraine is on the offensive. There's, I don't want to step on the security panel, but there are an estimated 40 to 50,000 well-trained Ukrainians trained by NATO, armed by NATO, ready to recover all the territories that we're talking about. Think about that. Think about where we were a year ago when our own retired military experts were predicting the Kiev would fall in 48 hours. Ukraine is on the verge of taking the territory. It's such a huge change. So the West has met the challenge. Can we do more? Yes, there should be F-16s protecting the flanks, being a part of this counteroffensive. We'll get there eventually, so we can do more. But the West, in my view, has stepped up and met the challenge. That's a huge difference from where we were. Thank you.
That was an inspiring way to end the first panel.
But they all have to be great. Or at least give it a complete vacation.
Great. All right, well, Walter, in that case,
As I said earlier, I outlined what civil society has done historically in Ukraine,
what they're doing in wartime footing, what we predict they're going to do during the reconstruction period of Ukraine. I'm going to give civil society an A.
So, as Walter knows, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be issuing these grades, especially given the major imperfections in American democracy that we've seen over the last few years. However, the data that I presented shows Ukrainian commitment and progress to Mars.
Okay, well, I'll first get out of the way the occupied territories. We know what kind of grade that would be. So that's, you know, whatever, but F minus, whatever. I'll just touch upon, I would also give it a very, very high grade to Ukrainian democracy and civil society. Confronting challenges in the context of a war. I frankly doubt if more advanced democracies, including ours, would do better, you know, when you have these kinds of conditions. And I've seen this too, as one we all know in the past has been critical of shortcomings in Ukrainian democracy, as have all of us, you know. But you had not only the civil society, you know, Adrian's former president of Freedom House, you have the Nations in Transit report, which this year compared to last year compared to the year before was unchanged. That's pretty good. With the civil society ranking going up, the media ranking, it did go down a little, but you know, Jason did a great job of talking about the dynamics there and the tensions between free speech and society. And then you had, I'm getting to it, and then you had, I just really want to flag this, you had improvements in rule of law, in judicial reform, okay, in announcing, you know, these judicial government reports. There's been some progress in fighting corruption. People have been getting detained, including, I think it was the head of the Ukrainian Supreme Court, other kinds of officials. You've had continued work in the anti-corruption infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So if you take all that and consider this is a time where I can't help but give it an A.
Jason? The technology is there.
Okay.
Yes, not connected.
All right, do you have a grade?
Yeah, I would say that in the context of everything, separating that which is politically done about for instance, the anti-oligarch law, this is political in nature, but generally speaking, the restrictions on the press were things that are done for national security purposes. So given the context of everything else, yes, I think that Ukraine would probably receive a B+.
All right, and I wonder what Adrian Karamitsky's grade would be, but that's happily, we don't have to put him on the spot.
He'll have his time, right?
Right, Walter, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
This ends
Thank you very much. And I actually had a good week. As always, the first panel sets the base, and this panel always sets the base correctly. I know even when they demur from giving a grade, so I'm very appreciative of it. I was a little nervous that Ambassador Courtney, we hadn't heard from him yet. I think I've got enough time to give you guys a 1-minute coffee break if you need to get the coffee. 1 minute. 1 minute. I know this crowd. Anything more than 1 minute, while I'm also going to be assembling the next panel. So please, there is good coffee. There are good pastries out there. Get it as quickly as possible, and within a minute, we're going to be back. ask people from the outside to do so as well. Because this one is as exciting as the first one. And in some ways, it used to be simply called the Responsible Market Economics session, but it'll also be Economic Reconstruction session in some ways. So, and we've got some serious experts on this. Yuri, can you get that crowd to sit down? Yeah. Yuri, ask them just to come. Okay, let's get started. And I know that that the next individual I'm going to introduce very shortly is very good at it. We've in this second panel, it's the panel on market economics and assessing progress in regress. The moderator is Ambassador William Courtney, and the panelists will be introduced by Ambassador Courtney, but Ambassador Courtney himself, in just a couple of minutes, the same way as I complimented Brisiuck and the Ukrainian diplomats, and I said that they actually imitated in the last 30 years another diplomatic corps that's probably the finest in the contemporary world setting. I think the American diplomatic corps is the finest there is, probably even historically one of the finest diplomatic corps. And there's a center corps that has been interested in Ukraine. There are the Taylors and the Freeds and the Herbsts, and then there's Bill Courtney. And so Bill, you're one of those guys. You know, you really have helped us through all these years and stuff, and we're grateful for it. So this is all yours. Okay, you're welcome, sir.
Comments on the current economic situation in Ukraine, and then we will go to our panel. And on time. So in 2022, Ukraine's gross domestic product (GDP) declined by 29%, and poverty last year increased from 6% to 24%. This erased 15 years of progress in reducing poverty. 7.1 million more people were pushed into poverty last year. For this year, the IMF projects real GDP growth between 1% and 3%. The World Bank projects 0.5% GDP growth, but these estimates are highly uncertain because of the war. The IMF projects that inflation will fall somewhat this year, down to 21% from 27% last year. Overall, the IMF says macroeconomic and financial stability have been maintained thanks to prudent policymaking, and that's credit to Ukrainian policymakers, and timely external support, and that's credit to the IMF, the World Bank, and the Western allies mostly. Nevertheless, major challenges persist. The fiscal deficit remains very high, that's the government budget deficit, requiring foreign grants and concessional loans. It will be crucial that Ukraine avoid policy measures that erode tax revenues. Despite horrific damage from the war, Ukraine's economy has shown remarkable resilience. Economic activity in the first quarter of this year rebounded strongly. The energy sector has recovered rapidly from the persistent attacks on its infrastructure with Russian drones and missiles. Foreign exchange markets have stabilized and inflation has started to decline. The World Bank estimates that reconstruction costs and reconstruction and recovery over the first year of the war, so that's ending February 24th this year, so first year of the war, to be $411 billion. By comparison, the Marshall Plan after World War II in today's dollars is valued at about 160 billion. So we're talking about the damage that hopefully will be reconstructed and recovered. In the first year of the war is over twice the amount of the Marshall Plan contribution. In 2023, Ukraine will need $14 billion for urgent reconstruction and recovery investments. In other words, reconstruction is not waiting until after the war is over. There are urgent steps now, of course, repairing electrical substations, for example, that have been damaged by Russian missiles is one example. The highest estimated needs in reconstruction and recovery are transportation, 22%, housing, 17%, energy, 11%, social protection and livelihood, 10%, explosive hazard management, 9%, and agriculture, 7%. With that, let's go ahead and begin. Our first speaker is Howard Shatz. He is the senior international economist at the RAND Corporation and a professor at Pardee RAND Graduate School. And Howard is the lead author of a major report on Ukraine reconstruction, which is being issued in a matter of days by RAND. Howard.
Thanks, Ambassador Courtney, and thanks to everyone for listening and for the invitation. So the report on reconstruction, actually, we just released it today. So I would encourage everyone to go look at that. And I thought about when we're talking about Ukraine's economy, how could I best contribute? Is there many more people here and on the panel who have firsthand experience in Ukraine, working with Ukraine? I don't have that. We really focus more on overall issues related to reconstruction, what Europe should do, what US policymakers should do, what Ukrainian policymakers should do. But what this gives us is some guidance for how Ukraine should think about its economic policy and its reconstruction policy in light of past experience. So what is that past experience? What makes our view different and I think more relevant? Well, there's been a lot of focus in the US on Iraq and Afghanistan as comparisons, and they're completely inappropriate comparisons. Ukraine is a European country, an advanced country with an advanced economy. It's not going to have an insurgency or a civil war, and it's remarkably nationally unified. So those are wrong. The second issue has been a lot of focus on the Marshall Plan. And the Marshall Plan is a valid comparison, but it doesn't take us far enough. What do we really see with the reconstruction of Ukraine? What we really see is another step in the 75-year story of European reconstruction and reintegration following World War II. And those steps have been Western Europe after World War II, Central and Eastern Europe after the fall of the war, after the Cold War, and the Western Balkans after the violent breakup of Yugoslavia. In each of these cases, we can look and we can say, well, what worked, what didn't work, how was reconstruction successful, and then bring that to Ukraine. And as I talk about this, I'll also try to work at how I think Ukraine is doing this. So some grading and process. We also looked at natural disasters, post-natural disaster reconstruction. Why? What are the comparisons? Well, natural disasters, especially if we think about Puerto Rico, Hurricanes Maria and Irma, really flattened a large part of society, destroyed infrastructure, and it could come back, not malevolently as Russia could, but natural disasters can recur also. And very often they happen to developed societies, and developed countries are involved in their reconstruction. So we looked at those cases. What did we get out of them? Well, first of all, in the case of Ukraine reconstruction, absolutely Ukraine should set the priorities. The US should take the lead on security provision. I won't talk much about security provision, but something that's been neglected in reconstruction discussions is that security provision, security agreements of some sort will be essential. We saw that in every European case. We saw that in Japan. So if we talk about reconstruction without some kind of security umbrella, we won't get very far. Europe, the EU should take the lead in reform and reconstruction, but both the US and Europe should be involved with both topics. And that seems to be happening now. And Ukraine is setting the priorities. And this is a very high grade. Right? Next, what really made the reconstructions of the past successful? Many things, but what sticks out is very strong linkages to the international economy. Now, in the case of Europe after World War II, the United States, through the Marshall Plan, through conditionality, forced European countries to create trade links with each other. In fact, the first European plan before the Marshall Plan was actually started was rejected by the United States. because it was too focused on national economies. So the US forced these countries to build international linkages for investment and trade. Likewise, we saw this after the fall of the wall. There was an enormous amount of foreign direct investment into the Visegrad Four to start, and then spreading out elsewhere. And I think this has somewhat been neglected in discussions of reconstruction. Part of this also has to do with finance. So what finances reconstruction? Well, aid is on the table right now. But we found in all of these successful cases, aid is important, but it's not the majority of funding. Aid takes on risk. Aid takes on high risk tasks that the private sector can't do, and it creates confidence. The bulk of the funding has usually been private sector. And in fact, not just foreign, but own funds from the country. So for Ukraine, this means the Ukraine business community and the diaspora community. And so this is maybe a lower grade because we look at the it's a strong plan, the Ukraine recovery plan from July, right? We look at that, only about a third of the proposed funding is expected to come from the private sector. The rest is expected to come from aid. And so, that's something that I think Ukraine needs to take account of. Then we get to donor coordination. All right, this has always been difficult in every situation. In this case, we'll have multiple countries, multiple IFIs, and they'll all have their own priorities. Here, a high grade to Ukraine and the international community, taking that first step for the donor coordination platform, rightfully chaired by the European Union, by the United States, and by Ukraine, so co-chaired. There could be a positive change, something that could be used. Right now, the three co-chairs all are regular officials in their governments. So we have a European Director General, we have a US Deputy National Security Advisor, we have the Ukraine Ministry of Finance. In past successful events, there have been dedicated officials strictly for reconstruction. And we think that should come from the US. We did this with the SEED Act and the Freedom Acts in 1991, 1990. In the Marshall Plan, we had a dedicated organization administering that, headed by the president of the Studebaker Automobile Company, a little piece of trivia, which I happen to love. And then, of course, Ukraine, you have the Minister of Finance, who has a lot of other tasks to do. A couple other things that we learned from disasters. So, local participation, local roles are very important. And there's always a question of whether local governments have the capacity to evaluate their needs and implement projects. So that needs to be built up a bit for successful reconstruction. We also have an issue with displaced populations. We see traditionally, past 20, 30 years, this is not just disasters, this is wars. The rate of return is actually quite low. And this is an enormous concern for Ukraine, because as refugees in Europe build comfortable lives, learn the language, get jobs, have their children go to school, the question is, will they return? This is a policy issue rather than an economic issue, but these returns need to be planned and actively facilitated. So there need to be schools, there need to be potential for jobs, there's need to be a reason to come back. We think Ukraine is different precisely because there is national cohesion, because Ukraine is succeeding. There's good reason to return to Ukraine, to build a country. And then there are a number of other factors, but one I focus on, and I will conclude soon, is transparency, accountability, and data availability. And we find that this is important in post-natural disaster reconstruction, and we think it will be extremely important in Ukraine. So we talked in the last panel about corruption issues. And if you look at, as we did in the report, the 30-year history of Ukraine and Ukraine's economy, the 30-year history, even from its biggest advocates, has been one of stalled reforms and high levels of corruption. Ukraine reconstruction is going to take potentially decades, certainly a decade. The Ukraine recovery plan is for a decade. It could take longer. The first huge corruption scandal is going to lower international support for this. And international support could be tenuous after a few years. So, Ukraine has taken strong steps in anti-corruption, but what else can be done, right? A strong inspector general in Ukraine is important. Donor monitoring and evaluation is important. I think the missing gap here is strong data sharing between Ukraine and donors. So can donors go, to what extent will donors be able to go and monitor their projects, get data about their projects? What will be the information flow? And I think without that information flow, there's a real risk that that problems could develop. The final element is Ukraine will face conditionality. And here, I actually feel we should all feel a little sympathy for Ukraine. Ukraine has a lot on its plate. It has to win a war, which isn't necessarily going to be easy. It has to meet the EU's 7 conditions to move from candidature to working towards membership. It then needs to do EU accession, OECD accession, and it's going to face a lot of contradictory tasks, especially some of which might be inappropriate for its level of development. Fortunately or unfortunately, it does face that conditionality, and it's that conditionality from the outside that we saw in every reconstruction event that hopefully will drive Ukraine towards the right economic policies, as it seems to be on the trajectory toward now.
Thank you. Thank you, Howard. Important point that Howard made. In Marshall Plan, we promoted trade among the, I think, 16 countries that benefited from Marshall Plan. Today in the West, particularly in Europe, we see a number of Western leaders in favor of trade protectionism, especially in agriculture. Those people will be hurting Ukraine. Whenever you see a trade protectionist, especially in Europe, that will hurt Ukraine. Now let's turn to John Falk. Is John next? Yes.
Mr. Ambassador. It's working.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Volker. Thank you very much for including me in this panel. I feel a little bit under-credentialed in an economic discussion. However, wanted to focus really on some brighter subjects. And I had the honor of being on the ground in Ukraine from 2015 to 2019, supporting a variety of Solic activities, in particular trying to help the newly formed volunteer brigades utilize unmanned systems and drone technology and electronic warfare tools. And one of the lessons learned there was how hard it was for the Ukraine military and security forces to deal with the fact that their legacy communications and telecommunications and networks were so well known by the Russians because of the Soviet past. And what I wanted to focus on in terms of this discussion, one, I believe the human capital factor and the youth of Ukraine is a huge, huge asset for the future of the country. Secondly, the technological factor. A lot of people forget that 75% of the military industrial complex of the Soviet state was in Ukraine. The gray matter is in Ukraine. One of the greatest inventions ever to hit the US Patent and Trademark Office was a patent application from a fellow named Igor Sikorsky, who built the first helicopter. And Sikorsky is a great example of just the true genius that sits in the minds of the human capital of Ukraine. Walter wanted me to focus on the MacGyver Inco traits. And it really goes to this human capital notion. I firsthand saw US efforts to contribute a variety of technology from 2015 to 2019, from unmanned systems to counter drone solutions, most of which were, I'll be polite to say, underwhelming and ineffective on the battlefield. I had the honor of working with Natan Chazin, a fellow who was running the Ukraine Army Special Drone Unit. He actually left Ukraine to go to Cyprus to actually build best-in-class drones because they knew what they needed to be able to do to avoid radar jamming systems and other activities. And Swarmly is the company that now is putting brilliant drone systems on the front line to be very effective for the troops. They've also created and just displayed a 6-meter unmanned seagoing vessel that is 6 meters long, can carry 600 pounds and deliver quite a bang and sit in the sea for 4 days. That's extraordinary innovation that has been the fruit of this struggle. I had the honor of working with Alexei Skripnik, who was a renowned Ukrainian member of parliament with the Self-Reliance Party, but he importantly was the founder of a technology company called Elix, based in Lviv. And over 500 technology software engineers. I will never forget being toured in their facility in Lviv, which, if many of you have heard of DARPA in the United States, the building that they occupy today was the DARPA of the Soviet Union. It was amazing throwback. But these engineers 25 years ago were supporting a little known US company called Walt Disney. They were doing animation and simulation for one of America's great multimedia companies. I have to also talk about the mathematical genius and the electronic genius, because Dr. Shatz, to your point about data, I think it's extraordinary how advanced Ukrainian technology and telecommunications, leveraging the internet, is in so many respects more advanced than the United States. And in the realm of electronic warfare, it's extraordinary what innovation has been accomplished to deal with GPS denied environments because of the Russian offensives and how they've been able to adapt to that. I also had the honor, because of Alexei Skripnik, to be invited to San Francisco in 2016 to meet with this well-known fellow named Mayor Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv. He was being showcased because of a smart city initiative. I've had the honor of bringing a Ukrainian mother and daughter to the United States and honor of marrying this lady. And she is so much more technologically advanced than I am. It's scary, separate and apart from her 7-year-old daughter, who just blows my mind. But she lived in Kyiv. And she thought that Charleston, South Carolina, where we live, was backwards in terms of the delivery of government services. Because in Ukraine, she said, John, I have my driver's license on my phone. I have my passport on my phone. I receive a series of government services that are not even available in US cities today. And that really hit me like a brick in terms of understanding how much more technologically advanced Ukraine is and has evolved pre-invasion than many people in the US, or especially in Washington, DC, give it credit for. I would also note in the media and public relations community, phenomenal capabilities there, which ties into cyber and ties into some of these other fields. And so I wanted to bring forward, I think, some of the real shining jewels and assets, especially the human capital of that great country, Ukraine, that I think are going to be critical to its evolution, its reconstruction, and its future. I heard some senior US military people talk about the westernization of the Ukraine military. And the forcing function of the West coming together to bring forward military, state-of-the-art military gear, equipment, and supplies has been key. Because back in 2015 to 2019, I can say and report firsthand that there was still a hesitancy within our Department of Defense to truly release our best-in-class technology or weaponry, or especially electronics, because of a institutional fear that Ukraine may still come back to be part of Russia. So there was a huge hesitation. I see this hesitation dissolving, which is very good news for Ukraine. The second area that I was asked to talk about gets into this anti-corruption and transparency domain. I have 35 years of national security and government contracting experience, and painfully understand the federal acquisition regulations and our own very convoluted and perplexing procurement processes. But one of the things that I did with Alexei Skripnik and one of the prior panelists, Dr. Vinnick, was to propose the embrace by the Ministry of Defense and Parliament of a US doctrine called the offset policy. Offset policies bring transparency to the military procurement process by saying, country A, the US is going to give you $100 million of F-16s, and as a part of that contract, the Ukraine Air Force can ask Northrop Grumman or Lockheed Martin to contribute 25% of the value of that contract to in-country efforts and infrastructure. And I wanted to note that the offset policy, when we talk about reconstruction, the military industrial complex of Ukraine, in 2015, 2016, we knew that Russian convoys were coming across the border into eastern Ukraine to dismantle entire plants and manufacturing facilities to take them back to Russia. The fact is that reconstruction should also include a priority for the military industrial base, including shipbuilding, because the capabilities, those can be great drivers. And the great example of that is the United States had an offset policy with Turkey for 25 years. Today, Turkey has amassed one of the most impressive defense industries in the world. That's a great example of how particular policies that embrace transparency, avoid corruption, can be tied into the reconstruction of key industrial components. And with that, I think that I will conclude, and thank you all for allowing me to join you.
Thanks very much, John. Regarding the DIA app, which John was talking about, I think all of you are familiar with DIA. The USAID Administrator Samantha Power just held a celebratory ceremony at the Warner Theater a couple of weeks ago, congratulating Ukraine on the tremendous advance it's made with regard to providing government services electronically. And I think now there's an effort to bring that to other countries. Tom? Thank you.
How do you want me to stay here? Sometimes Katie, you want to give us the podium if you want to. Maybe you want it so you can see the screen. Okay.
Oh, good morning, Ambassador Courtney and Walter. Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate that.
I'll wait for my slides to get up there, and I will promise you that I will fly through a lot of them. I just first want to say that there's a lot of information on this presentation, and you can download it from our website. That's enough of the advertisement. My name is Thomas Lang. I'm the executive director. Next slide, please. Of Rebuilding Ukraine. Is a nonprofit that is focused on capacity and capacity building and education of Ukrainian construction industry professionals. Next slide. I'm going to briefly go through a couple comments on sound fiscal policy and proper business transparency, because I really would like to mainly focus on reconstruction. That's my field. Talking to fiscal and monetary policy, it's central to the reconstruction effort, and the funding to support it will be an understanding of the prevailing monetary and fiscal policy. And our organization is beginning to do a needs assessment for what's missing in the Ukrainian educational system to be able to work with international funding and international companies, because their education is lacking in certain areas in construction management and policies that are just not, they have not used in their history. Quantity surveying, checks and balances, all those things, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So on proper business transparency and anti-corruption, it's a given that if you're going to be stepping into a reconstruction program of the hundreds of billions of dollars, that the legal process for contract law, business licensing that's fair and transparent, but at all different levels, federal, state, oblast, city, municipal, whose license, what license will let you work at different levels, putting in place bonding and surety plans for contractors that have to work. I think one of the more challenging areas will be site planning and permitting. It's a highly political process in every society. That's what one of my core businesses is, doing site planning. Open, transparent, best practices, competitive bidding processes, all these things have to be put in place. That if you're going to be issuing hundreds, if not thousands of contracts over the next few years. Project management systems that have to be put in place, have to have checks and balances to assure that what you're asking to be paid for was built. I mean, that's a big problem in the Soviet system. We had a single payer, and you just sort of said, hey, I want some money. And that's what 25% of it probably was just not even used on that job. My last statement, I've been involved in a bunch of conferences. I want to fly through here, is about corruption. To me, corruption's crime. This must be addressed by the legal and criminal law system and impartially enforced. You can't put that upon the rebuilding program. It's challenging enough just to be able to build something. The right institutions need to be put in place, and it seems like Ukraine is well on the way of doing that. So the heart of my talk, as I'll try to fly through here, I worked in Poland from 1992 to 2004. And it took Eastern European countries of the former Soviet bloc over 10 years to fully integrate EU and Western standards into their countries' academic institutions, government, industries, agencies, and industries. Ukraine has to do it faster if we're going to secure its security. Plans for post-war reconstruction. This information comes from our team that's in Ukraine. It's our thoughts of what's reality, in our opinion. I mean, today is phase one. The ongoing critical construction. I'm going to reference the slide of somebody of the lights are still on, the heat's working, and you have water in most places. So that shows you that there's $18 billion worth of construction going on this year in Ukraine.
Phase two, day one, building capacity, prioritizing jobs, projects. That's probably a 1 to 3 year phase, depending upon how quick you can bring the institutions together to start designing and planning and integrating. We look at phase three, where you really are sustaining the reconstruction process, using green technologies, putting in modern construction materials. Just real quick, if you want to build a new concrete plant today, it takes you 12 to 18 months just to get the plant. If you're going to get involved in this multi-$100 billion construction process, the building materials industry has got to be addressed very quickly to order equipment and get it ready to go. Phase four and beyond, we look at that as anywhere from years 3 to 5. That's when it really begins. That's when your college students have graduated the process, have gone through the new education systems, and they're ready to be integrated into the workforce. And that really is where Rebuilding Ukraine focuses its energy on its Reunite program. So, so our Reunite is focused on, in the first 18 months of just getting together, coordinating the missing pieces in the system, developing education and training programs, working with the Veterans Administration. Just had a meeting 2 days ago at the embassy, getting meetings going with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs. I think they estimate 700,000 returning veterans coming back from the war, and another 300,000 people that support the war effort, let alone the 50 to 75,000 people that are being reduced from government roles. All these people need jobs. Many of these people need to be retrained. So we are all about human capacity development. We are all about sustaining the efforts. And then in 4 years, 3 to 4 years, there's a whole new education, a whole new society that's gone through the education system and processes and learning how to integrate better with the Western standards. What needs to happen now, in our opinion? Plan and educate the workforce, identify and evaluate damaged and destroyed communication structures and infrastructure, identify existing workforce that can be used today, and again, the building materials. I sort of go back to that because it's where I come from, the building materials industry, how critical it is to figure out what materials need to be put in place to jump the process. I think that's slide 9, if we're there. And then increasing the qualified Ukrainian planning and architectural engineering, construction management professionals. That's essential. Nobody has to tell a Ukrainian engineer or architect how to design a building, but you have to put in place the policy, the contract management systems. How do you write the contract to build a building? Those are all the things that are missing or need to be strengthened in the Ukrainian education system and in their industries so that they can manage and get financing for their projects. They have certain processes that they have to go through that they need to learn. Developing capacity and environmental sustainability, resiliency under the European Union guidelines. We're all confident that Ukraine is going to join the EU. It's going to use EU standards and processes. So, the quicker that all those guidelines are in place, the better, and everybody will understand the rules of how to design and engineer something. Should be pretty straightforward. Who needs to learn all this? Between on slide 10, academia, government, national, oblast, local industry. There's going to be a significant reliance on transportation, engineering, and telecommunications consultancies from the West. That's my experience of what happened in Poland in the early 90s. The complete reliance on the West to evaluate systems. But 6, 7 years later, their industries have been built up and they could handle it on their own. How's all this going to happen, in my opinion? Our opinion, targeted funding, an overall phase time action plan focused on EU integration, specific strategies for attracting and retaining women, veterans, displaced refugees. I think I referred to that before, the numbers, and constant and comprehensive improvement of design and construction at all levels mentioned there. Thank you, Boyd, for the input here. For the decision on, was this going to happen in some places in the EU and the USA? Are we going to support, how are we going to support these education programs? And, everything else that's listed there, all of these areas need to have, to be addressed in different ways. When we firmly believe, this comes from the executive committee of our Reunite and our nonprofit. Education needs to start yesterday. The longer we wait to start educating existing Ukrainian architects and professionals and construction managers, the longer it's going to take to start the reconstruction project in earnest. The longer we wait to get the technology in place to train surveyors so they know how to put so they can put a survey pole in the ground to know where something is going to take, it'll just slow down the reconstruction process. Needed infrastructure in place to build infrastructure and housing. You need infrastructure to build infrastructure. That's my background, building materials. Technology and certification programs for all these people coming back. Is that 5 minutes left or 5 minutes to go? Okay, okay, we'll skip slide 14. And I'll get to thanking some people in the end here. I'm on slide 13 from Trimble. One of our partners in our program is Trimble, one of the largest software construction service industries supplier in the world. They are committed to Ukraine. They're part of our organization. This is sort of, I think, is a repeat of reinforcing some of the information that we've provided. But just on slide 16, for your information, 80% of construction projects in the world are cost overruns. At least 20%. That's a fact. It's a number. Projects take 20% longer than they're scheduled for. 30% loss in productivity. The only way that you're going to keep up with this multi-billion-dollar program is to have technology. If you don't get the technology systems in place, what you think might take 5 or 10 years, it'll take you 10 to 20 years. And if you want the example, look at Poland. Poland did not really get going on its mass infrastructure for 10 years, 8 years, till all of these systems were in place. But you know what? They also weren't under a war. They weren't under I guess I want to say the pressure of trying to get things done faster to make Europe more secure. So that's there wasn't that much push there. So I think there'll be an extra push. There certainly will be an extra drive in Ukraine. So the only way to meet these construction challenges, it's through technology. It is what it is. Example for today this is a very complicated slide, a lot of information there. But today, a billion-dollar, pick a number, $500 million and up, probably a little bit less. There isn't a project of that scale that's not run by technology. You can't track everything without having technology in place. Supply chains, design engineers, lawyers, architects, the whole thing has to be coordinated through technology. And in some states, you can't even qualify to be all jobs are run through a project management software system. So if you want to get paid, you've got to have that software system in place. And I could imagine that Ukraine won't be any different. So the faster it's put in place, the better. And I know they're working on that with the Digital Transformation Ministry now. Slide 18 just reinforces that. Technology creates transparency, visibility, predictability, and control. This is the next slide, 18. All of these things happen at a very rapid rate when you have digital construction management systems in place. And to sum up, I just want to thank the University of Florida and Trimble. They're our main partners in our Reunite nonprofit education program initiative. Would not have much of the information that I have. Different people that work with us in Ukraine are supporting us and our efforts with the ministries. And that last slide, I'm just so grateful that America stands with Ukraine, and I'm proud. And to sum up, I'm married to a Ukrainian gal for 30 years. I have 3 gators. And I have relatives that are on the front lines in Bakhmut and relatives in Lviv and a few other places in Ukraine. And, you know, I just support them with everything I possibly can. So Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Now, do you think the Russian embassy is going to be interfering with a broadcast in Ukraine?
So 3 of the 4 of us on this panel are married to Ukrainian. Prior to the war, Ukraine was generally considered to be the most energy inefficient economy in Europe. That is, more energy was required per dollar of GDP output in Ukraine than anywhere else. So the transformation that Tom's talking about is going to require more energy efficient. And that will actually be economically productive. But on the other hand, there are some political pressures in Europe and some here to turn Ukraine into an example of a green economy. Well, that costs money. That might be an appropriate goal for some of the richer countries in Europe to lead the way. But it will be important that political pressures not overdo it on Ukraine and push them into costly reconstruction efforts that might not be most productive or efficient. And so this actually will require some awareness on everyone's part to be sure that Ukraine is treated fairly in the process and not forced to overgreen. Let's stop here then and take your questions. We have 12 more minutes.
No, we still have,
Oh, she here?
it's not a she, it's her husband, who actually is the head of the
Tymofiy.
Yes.
Oh, okay, terrific, yes, okay. He's terrific.
He is. All right. What should be done with the question?
There he is.
Hello,
and I'm
yeah.
going to- Hold on.
Looks like he's in the battlefront.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, tell him yes, tell him.
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me.
You're,
Okay,
we
thank
can
you.
hear you.
All right, good. So I'm gonna speak. If you lose me, let me know because the connection might be difficult a little bit. Okay, so I want to start with a couple of examples on what corruption or other structural issues are. I think the previous panelists have covered, you know, in great depth and very nuanced the structural issues and approaches that reconstruction might entail. But so I want to do a little bit of a different perspective. So I'm in Oslo today for a day, and the person approaches me and asks that, oh, you know, you're from Ukraine, and it's the head of some foundation, and she says that, listen, we are fighting a battle in Ukraine, and the government is trying to nationalize a company in which we keep a stake. And that's a problem. And, you know, there's some corruption involved and poor governance and, you know, usual criticism of Ukraine. So we start unraveling the story. It turns out that it's actually Ferrexpo company. And you might remember there was a recent ruling by the Supreme Court in favor of this company, actually against nationalization by the government. And later, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau has arrested and has detained and arrested the Supreme Court chief in Ukraine for the bribe. And once it in our conversation, once it comes out, the person says, "Oh yeah, I actually didn't know it." So what turns out, the story is very different. It's actually a company where some Western interests hold minority stakes, but the entire company is involved, or maybe not even minority, in bribing in some way of Ukrainian courts, including the Chief Justice, the Chief of the Supreme Court. And these guys have been arrested, and now they're going to be facing the prosecution. So this is an example where corruption is actually coming, not just from inside of Ukraine. And I worry that these huge contracts of reconstruction with tens of hundreds of billions of dollars will generate temptations for all kinds of people to get those contracts, to get them on preferred trends. And so we need to be looking at the transparency and very specific benchmarking and the rules of engagement for all companies, domestic Ukrainian and international, that there is no foul play. This is just one example of a structural problem. And, I can give more examples where, some businesses are very ethical, but some international businesses are as unethical, but as some Ukrainian businesses. And similar, some Ukrainian businesses are extremely ethical and some are unethical. So we have to watch for this already. And it's not purely a domestic issue, it's an international issue. Now, then another example, war insurance. We're 16 months into the war, there's still no war insurance, war risk insurance. And we have been talking about it on all kinds of international platforms with the IFIs, with the governments, at least for a year. I remember last year in Lugano, we talked about it. I chaired the panel on sanctions and reconstruction where this discussion was addressed. And there are at least two initiatives, MIGA, and that's the World Bank initiative, and the EBRD. So what we're seeing is different IFIs and different platforms, instead of coordinating together, start offering small fragmented services, and they are not working. And recent example, one of the services was offered funding by the government of Ukraine of $500 million, or maybe less, a little bit. And they refused to take all of it. Because in the beginning, their argument was that there's not enough funding for insurance. And later, when the government of Ukraine talked to another country, found an OECD country, and the OECD country was willing to actually give funding, what happened is that MIGA or EBRD, whichever that one is, they refused to accept funding. Why? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I lost the screen, and that's why. Okay, so basically, the story is that they only put 30 people in the agency on Ukraine, and they are short of staff, and they are refusing to take more funding for insurance. Why? Because there are other stakeholders, countries outside of, not Ukraine, not Europe, but Asia and Global South. They start complaining that Ukraine gets too much attention, so they cannot deploy as much funding. They're actually refusing hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for insurance. And this is frankly ridiculous. So this is another example that's not only coordination is needed, but structurally a separate platform, separate agencies, which don't have the stakeholder issues, have to be used to coordinate the recovery. Now, let's look at the IMF program. It is fantastic that we have the IMF program. It was the mission was concluded in December, but as early as last September, the IMF was refusing flat out any program for Ukraine. Why? Because the status quo that they don't finance the countries at war. So there are also structural issues that bureaucrats often tend to favor the status quo, and the politicians at the top level have to overrule those status quos. Now, I want to go back and give a little bit of the perspective on Ukraine economy. Ambassador gave a fantastic introduction on the status of the economy with numbers on the inflation and on the GDP loss. But in fact, these numbers are equivalent to the numbers that we saw during Great Depression. The only difference, it happened in a year, not in several years. For example, inflation in 30%, 27, GDP fall of 30%, unemployment from 10% to 26%. This is all comparable with Great Depression. And yet Ukrainian economy is working, and how is it possible? And also the National Bank reserves are at all-time high at $37 billion. So Ukrainian economy, part of it, about 2/3 of it continue to exist and is very functional. And when we talk about prudent macro and fiscal policies, basically it comes down during the war to a very simple thing. Don't print funds. And printing funds requires untimely delivery of promised international funds. And that's what happened last year, that by December, only 50% of commitment has been deployed, and that caused in the summer of the last year, Ukraine to devalue the currency because it had to, resort to monetary emission. So the key going forward is not only commitment, but coordination of the timing. And I think over this year, the timing of delivery has improved very, very much. This year alone, macroeconomic stability would require $40 billion or more. The government asked for 36, 38. Our estimates are closer to 50. This sounds like a lot, but it's really 0.1% GDP of the OECD countries. So it's not even a cent on GDP, it's 1/10 of a cent. So it is possible and affordable to sustain Ukraine, but requires timely coordination. Now, I think people underestimate the importance of safety. Everyone is talking about the EU accession, but EU might be slow. And my worry or concern is that unless Ukraine joins NATO or the security issue is resolved in some other way, any kind of recovery, this is going to be perceived as a non-starter. I mean, there will be critical maintenance, critical recovery during the war, but not a real recovery. So security has to be resolved. And that means Ukraine has to join NATO or offers or get some other security solution. And in that way, Ukraine is a solution to the security problems of the Eastern European bloc as well. So it's not just a problem, it's a solution. Similarly, Ukraine could be a solution for food security in the region, especially in global south, and it could be a solution to some energy storage and green transformation. I am a bit concerned about the EU integration. I have heard today on the panel arguments that Ukraine has to get it done fast, but Ukraine has done a lot of integration because since 2014, there has been a lot of TFTC agreement implementation. And I think the real block is actually going to be on the EU, and it might even be political rather than merit-based. The war itself. You know, I'm hearing everywhere across, you know, on multiple conferences in Europe, you know, behind the lines, you know, that there is a very cautious attitude of the US administration. It's actually the US administration which is currently more cautious than some of the European countries. Also, that probably doesn't apply to Germany or even France. And that's gonna be a signal to an economic policy and activity. This security approach is still an economic policy. And why, you know, like there are different hypotheses why it is happening, but some are concerned about what will happen with Russia. So we really need to think about Ukraine as a solution to the future of Russia as well, both in economic terms and in security terms. And we need to get the US administration to be more proactive on security for Ukraine. And finally, you know, what will be the priorities? We're involved in, you know, in coordinating with the government the key priorities for the immediate reconstruction post-war. As I think the last presenter mentioned, this is going to be construction capacity building. So there's a lot of emphasis already on that. Then there is a lot of focus on green energy, some on manufacturing, and of course on agriculture and on logistics. So these are the areas in which the government will be looking to prioritize on top of residential housing, retraining people, and migration policy. We understand that there will be a labor market shortages, and we will have to open up the borders in some way. Finally, to just mention on the technology and technology platform to make sure reconstruction is very transparent, please visit dream.gov.ua. That's a platform which is similar to the DIA platform, which is being developed to make sure that all reconstruction, all recovery projects are digitalized, transparent, and could be verified and are accountable for. So that platform, actually, that concern has been addressed fully. It has not been implemented fully, but it is in the works, and it will be, you know, elements of this are already functional. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tymofiy. That was terrific. Could you repeat the URL?
It's I'll send it in the chat. It's dream.gov.ua.
Okay, thank you. We have 1 minute for questions. Let's take a couple questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to our panelists to answer, and we'll be done in 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
My question is to Mr. Lang. They can't hear. They can't hear if up there. Just be careful with the microphone. My question is to Mr. Lang. Thank you for that very comprehensive overview of the
Institute's building plan proposal. Can you comment on, you had discussions with the Ukrainian government on the implementation plan? Who's going to finance all this? What are the channels for financing this? And finally, next week, I believe it's Tuesday and Wednesday in London, there's a big global conference on rebuilding, reconstruction of Ukraine and support. Can you comment on how your plan is going to integrate with this global plan? Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that's it. One question. Sorry.
The reunite. You can see our outline of our reunite program, which is involved with several Ukrainian and private institutions. Is being proposed to join the USAID this week. We're just wrapping up a 4-year program for increasing capacity through education, team and they will do feasibility studies. So there's the hope. The hope is that USAID will fund it. We are meeting with some private organizations to partially fund our program in Warsaw that we're trying to get on the ground. As to the London conference, I'm not, but they're Trimble Software, Tom Austin, there is one of our Reunite participants, so he'll be there and he'll be representing us. Seeing how it might fit in, we registered on the website to be part of their team. Where the rebuilding Ukraine is an up and coming nonprofit that just wants to help best it can. So thank you.
Let's thank our speakers for terrific comments today.
One more thing you guys all have to do. Great. Take 2 minutes, but great. We do have another count coming in. Great.
It's almost over.
Again, I'm going to reference what some of the past panelists said. I'm really not that knowledgeable in the economy side. I'm more directed in the construction side. For what's going on, being in the middle of a war, I want to give them an A for keeping the lights on and the water and the power. For future reconstruction, I'm going to say a C+ or a B. But because it's taking a back seat as humanitarian war efforts are critical. But I hope soon that somebody focused on getting some education going so that we can.
That suggestion, one, in terms of keeping the lights on in the current situation. Just as America has the Buy American Act, there should be a Buy Ukrainian Act as a part of the construction.
Well, Walter, I'll give you numbers from 1 to 5. 1 low, 5 high. Sound fiscal policy and sound monetary policy. We'll give a 3. Grading on the curve is 4 times. They're not backsliding. Business transparency, anti-corruption, I'd say the same. 3. Innovation and entrepreneurship. John made excellent points. I give them 5. I think they're also building skills and learning for wartime because accelerated some of their technology abilities. So I think that's a very, very bright spot. Plans for post-war reconstruction, I'm a little more positive than before, but would like to see more emphasis on business climate and private sector. So along the same lines, slightly.
So there you go. So I would give a B, but I would give an A if I saw the West getting serious about seizing, forfeiting Ukraine central bank assets, which are in Western banks for reconstruction. For a reconstruction effort in the $400 to $500 million range. That won't be possible, most likely, without access to Russian central bank assets. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I sort of understood that about this conference and sort of as it was progressing. And that is that that it would and in fact continue to each of the panels would be carved in a kind of wonderful granite and so on and so forth. And these first two did not disappoint, and I don't think this next one is going to disappoint, though it's going to be a bit more virtual than the first two. First two, you actually in these first two, we have had most of the attendance. In this next one, we are going to have a little bit of the virtual, and it's an important one. It is actually the most critical of for this particular day today, and that's the security issue that we're just talking about. So we're going to have Ambassador Kirk Volker taking over the general security panel discussion. And we will have the following panelists, and I hope that can count them off. We have Dr. Richard Hooker in person. And we're going to have Ambassador John Breedlove, John Herbst, and General Philip Breedlove, and Dr. Steve Blank online. Are they all capable of being on screen so we can see? Yes? Okay. Very good. Oh, yes. Very, very good. Yes, very, very good. And Dr. Shatz, thank you. Thank you again, sir. Okay, so I think then we will move very quickly because I know that a lot of people are in a time constraint as well. So I would also ask the audience, both inside and outside. I know that there was a bit of a little coffee break here, but that they would come back. Okay, are we ready? Ambassador Volker, it's all yours. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Walter. And great to be here in person, but we also have our online systems on hold, so we will turn to them as well. And the topic of this panel is the general security situation. So what's going on?
Kurt, if I may interrupt, you are extremely hard to hear.
Okay, I'm not. Is this better for you, Phil? Is this better? Can okay, very good. I'll talk more into the microphone. Hopefully that helps for everybody. And no, the question here about security is what's the situation and what's needed and where it's going. And we have a great panel, as Walter already introduced everybody, to discuss that. And I'm going to turn it over first, if I may, to Richard to give a general update, and then and he's here in person, and then I'll look for some additional input and commentary from John and Phil and Steve, and I'll have a few things to say thrown in along the way. So first to Dr. Hooker.
Great, thanks, Kurt, and thank you, Walter, for the invitation to be here. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk about the general security situation and really with a focus on what's going on the battlefield right now and what I think that means going forward. But I'd like to preface my remarks by noting that there's a lot of discussion out there, and you constantly hear this question asked, well, what does victory even mean in Ukraine? And I have to confess, the question always confuses me, because victory in Ukraine means the ejection of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory. Plain and simple. It's not complicated. It's not nuanced. It's not difficult to understand. That's how the Ukrainians anyway view victory. And I think most people who take some time to think and reflect on the question will agree with that. So having said that, I would also note that there are a lot of people out there who doubt that it's possible, that this end state is even possible. So let's talk about that. It's certainly true that the Russians have some advantages. They have an artillery overmatch, no question. They have a stronger air force. They are defending, which gives inherent advantages. knowledge of the terrain, you can be dug in, obstacles, all of that. And their electronic warfare, by the way, is very, very good. Might astonish you to hear that the Ukrainians are losing, according to one source, about 10,000 drones a month, mostly to electronic warfare. But these are cheap commercial drones, which can be easily replaced, and they do replace them. And by the way, the Russians are losing drones at about the same rate as well. On balance, in my view, Ukraine is in the driver's seat. Now, why is that? Well, first of all, they have far better leadership and generalship than the Russians do. They've got better morale and better cohesion in their units. Over the last 10 to 12 months, they put together anywhere from 8 to 12 fully manned, fully trained, Western equipped mobile brigades. That's a very powerful striking force, an armored fist, if you will, in preparation for this summer counteroffensive. They have the initiative, which is all important in warfare. So the Russians are not calling the tune right now. The Russians are trying to react to the Ukrainians on the battlefield, and that's very powerful. Although the forces that are arrayed are numerically similar, Ukraine can mass combat power at selected points of decision to achieve a 3-to-1 and even probably a 6-to-1 ratio where they elect to try to make the penetration, the breakthrough. And that's a lot of force. That's a lot of force. Ukraine has spent several weeks shaping the battlefield, so to speak, with HIMARS strikes, with special operations, with drone operations, and so forth, to target artillery systems in the depth of the battlefield, to degrade logistics, to strike command posts. Another Russian general was killed only in the last 48 hours. So that brings us up to 13 or 14, which is a remarkable statistic. I don't know that the Ukrainians have lost any generals in the war so far. There appear to be about, I would say right now, about 3 axes for the Ukrainian counteroffensive, which is, in my opinion, definitely well underway right now. The first is in Luhansk, and it's oriented to the east, generally in and around the Bakhmut area. The second is in Donetsk, and it's oriented in the southeasterly direction, and it's currently focused on Avdiivka and Marinka. And third, in Zaporizhia Oblast, oriented essentially due south and driving towards Tokmak and ultimately Melitopol. And there's a potential fourth axis, and this is coming out of Kherson. When the river actually recedes, the dam was destroyed a week ago or so, but those floodwaters are going to rescend. And when that happens, there may actually be an opportunity for the Ukrainian forces that are grouped in the Kherson area to attempt to cross the Dnipro and put pressure on the Russians from that area. So that'd be potentially a fourth axis.
Can you say how they would cross the Dnipro?
Well, there are actually any number of bridges, probably by some counts, 9 to 11 bridges. Some of them are pretty far up to the north, but they also have the ability to do pontoon bridge crossing and whatever. The water obstacle is just too broad now, but in a few weeks it's assessed that it won't be, and they may be able to put some forces across the river there. And that's important because you want to pen those Russian forces in place if you can. The main effort, in my opinion, however, and in the opinion of a lot of expert commentators, is going to be the third axis that I mentioned. This is one that drives through to Melitopol. Now, why is that the most likely main effort? Well, if it's successful, it severs the land bridge to Crimea. It splits the Russian grouping in Ukraine into two, those that will be west of that location and those that will be east of that location. And it brings Crimea into long-range artillery HIMARS range, the entire peninsula, as well as the Kirk Bridge. And so the bottom line is Russia will not be able to supply Crimea and its large garrison anymore. The Black Sea Fleet will have to be withdrawn because it won't be tenable anymore. And it's not necessary to fight this huge grinding attrition battle across the narrow isthmus to take the Crimean Peninsula. It will die on the vine of its own accord. And I think the Ukrainians are well aware of this. And that's why I believe this is going to be the principal main effort. Now, these other supporting efforts are important because they pin down Russian forces, they attrit them, and they complicate Russian targeting, intelligence, and logistics. So there's going to be tough fighting in other directions, aside from what I believe will be the main effort. We will be able to identify this main effort that I'm talking about when we see a preponderance of these new, fresh mobile brigades that are arrayed on one of the axes. Can't see that yet right now, and probably shouldn't because it's still early in the campaign. But at some point, that's going to become apparent. The Russians, I can assure you, are looking for that right now as well. While further operations in the Donbass would be required after all of this, I think it's likely that this would be the decisive campaign of the war. It will break the back of the Russian effort in Ukraine. And I think it can be accomplished with some good fortune by the end of the summer. And I know Ben Hodges and some others agree with me there, although many do not. But this is my view. All of this is remarkable because Ukraine really lacks sufficient air power. It doesn't have a surface navy, and it lacks true long-range fires because we've denied them ATACMS and equivalent kinds of munitions. It's really remarkable what they have been able to achieve to date and what we think they're going to be able to achieve in the next 2 or 3 months, because you're not supposed to be able to engage in modern high-intensity warfare without at least parity in the air and without long-range fire. So there are a lot of lessons to be learned from the Ukraine war, and I sure hope the U.S. military is paying attention and learning them, because what we're seeing is, in many ways, a new kind of war that we've not seen before. Breaking through Russian frontline defenses may take time, but once achieved, Ukraine's large mobile reserves will be brought into action, and I believe a Russian collapse could be sudden thereafter. At that point, I would expect hysterical Russian threats to resort to nuclear weapons, along with frantic calls for negotiations and a ceasefire and international arbitration. And I hope allies and partners will be calm and cool and will resist those kind of calls, because it would be a shame to throw away, really successful battlefield gains by forcing the Ukrainians to the negotiating table, just as they're on the verge of getting the Russians on the run. I think it'll be important for allies and partners, as I said, to remain composed during all of this and to support Ukraine as it seeks to end the war on the battlefield. Final comment for consideration is that you often hear that all wars end in negotiation, that they all end through diplomacy. And nothing could be further from the truth. It's not the way the Napoleonic Wars ended. It's not the way the Franco-Prussian War ended. It's not the way the First World War ended. It's not the way the Second World War ended. It's not the way the Gulf War ended. Those are just some examples in the last, 2 centuries. Many times, and in many ways, the preferable way for a war to end is the good guys win and the bad guys lose, and they leave your territory, and then the talking begins about the post-conflict settlement. So I'll stop there, but look forward to your questions.
Phil, I'm going to come to you next, but before I do that, I want to just a clarification for Richard. You mentioned Melitopol is where you expect the most important breakthrough of the ground line communication.
Yeah.
Is it important that it be the city and that they take the urban area, or is it more outside the city, the terrain that they interrupt?
No, I think the important point in the decisive part would be to sever the land bridge. And Ukrainian generals may elect not to go into this big city and take those casualties, which could be very, very high, and not necessary if you sever that ground line of communication. So when I say Melitopol, I'm talking about an operational objective, not necessarily the city itself. It's a great question. Thank you.
Good clarification. Thank you, Philip. General Breedlove. Any comments on Richard's overview of the state of play? And then I'll come back to you and have a follow-up question after, but just to get your take on things first.
Well, first and foremost, I'm in violent agreement with what Rich just presented. I'm in violent agreement that Crimea can be taken without having to take it with foot soldiers. And I, again, agree that what I think Ukraine is really searching for in cutting that bridge is not only to stop the flow of goods and stuff to Crimea, but it is to position long-range precise fires to bring Crimea under persistent, pervasive, precise fires. And just like he said, then the Russians will figure it out that they need to get out of there in any sort of fighting way. And I agree with Ben and others who say that Crimea is the linchpin to the long-term success of Ukraine. I cannot see a military way forward whereby Ukraine can remain unchallenged in its economic progress or military progress or democratic progress, as long as Russia is able to use Crimea as a launching point for attack. And I, for one, would be one of those who would be a little skeptical to invest if we leave Russia in a position to dominate the northern Black Sea and to dominate everything about Crimea. Okay, so I used up a bunch of my time, Kurt. I had four things I wanted to talk to. I'm going to get.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so these are the four things I was asked to speak to. Resources. The first thing to say about resources is that goals are inextricably tied to resources. And we know that Ukraine is reliant on us for most of their warfighting resources. So their goals are then tied to how much the West gives them. And frankly, I believe now that what the West supplies to Ukraine is inadequate to the goals that the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky have for their country. And to be a bit controversial, I would say that I believe that this mismatch of resources required to meet the goals of Ukraine and their ability to actually do it, this is a choice, I believe, by some of the leading Western nations, because I believe many of the biggest leading Western nations are afraid of an abject Ukrainian victory on the battlefield and what that might mean as far as Mr. Putin's intentions or how he reacts. In a quick lightning round, I believe that Ukraine has good ground resources, not perfect. And the first thing I would say there is very long range, precise fires. I would just say it right out, ATACMS, and things like ATACMS are missing from the picture. Good on UK and others providing storm shadow and things, but we need a volume and a density of this kind of capability that ATACMS could bring to the field. We all know that the air capability of Ukraine has been used well, husband well, and is formidable against what Russia wants to do, but it is not what we would take to the battlefield in the West. And so Ukraine is fighting under a less than well resourced air picture. And for long range strike, which is an important arm of the Air Force in the short term, once again, ATACMS could answer that need. Rich talked to the sea power of Ukraine. Once again, proud people doing great things with extremely, I'm going to say it one more time, extremely limited resources. And the West needs to help them move from under that. Next thing I was asked to talk about is effective leadership, both civ and mil. Let me just say that I don't think any of us have real good interior understandings of the military leadership. But what we see in the exterior views of both the civilian and military leadership of this nation, I give them 2 thumbs up. Later, you'll ask me to grade them. I think President Zelensky is a great wartime leader, and leaders around the world can learn from how he's comporting himself in trying to get the resources that he needs. I think it's also a secret weapon that he has a wife who is a magnificent speaker and in her own right at various fora around the world does a great job of speaking for her people and what they need. I believe that these Ukrainians are better than most at controlling exterior message and keeping their interior voices on message. I wish our country could do as well as that. I believe that Mr. Zelensky is driving down corruption. He said it to me, and he said it to a couple of our folks when we were there the last time, that, corruption will cost him support. And I think that he's doing a good job of trying to get rid of it so that he doesn't lose his support. And the military leadership, I believe two things stand out. They have realistic expectations, they set realistic goals, and they have demonstrated that they are wonderful planners. I don't expect that to change in the rest of this battle. And I believe that the military leadership absolutely embraces innovation and what innovation can bring to the battlefield. I was asked to talk a little about their soundness of their national security doctrine. I think I already have. Their national doctrine is driven by their leadership. I think their leadership understands ends, ways, and means, and they have not taken on anything that is completely outside of their capability or remit, because they have good understandings of ends, ways, and means. And I think they set realistic expectations in their doctrine, if they have one. I'm not really aware of what it is. I just watch it from external sources, and I think they understand it. I think they're very good at controlling the security of their doctrines and their intentions. Thank the good Lord, because if they gave them to us, we'd leak them. So I think we have a low factual basis on what their doctrine is, but I believe that we have an excellent external view of what it's accomplishing, and I think it's a good one. My last thing, and I'll be done, is I was asked to talk to the in-game plan. I think the real question about the in-game plan is, can Ukraine bring the rest of the free world to their understanding of the in-game plan? It seems that we have some in the West who have a different in-game plan. Our in-game plan is focused on our safety. That personal pronoun is important. Our in-game plan is focused on our safety. I think President Zelensky has a hard time, and we'll have to continue to fight to bring the rest of the free world to understand what his and the people of Ukraine, what their in-game plan is. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, General, thank you so much. I think the key thing that all of us here need to get across is that our security depends upon Ukraine defeating Putin. If they don't, then we will be dealing with this again in the future and at unknown costs. So I think it's absolutely right that Americans should care about American security, but the way to assure that is to give the Ukrainians what they need and quit doing half measures. General, I want to ask you to comment. Both you and Rich talked about Putin losing on the battlefield and possibly losing Crimea may resort to more nuclear threats. How do you assess the nuclear threats?
Go ahead, Rich.
Right. I've thought and written and spoken a lot about this. I think it's very unlikely. You can't say it's impossible, but I think it's very improbable that Putin would resort to tactical nuclear weapons to stave off, battlefield defeat. First, because the Chinese have made it clear they won't tolerate it. Second, because the cost that would come down on his head would be so enormous, might well bring NATO air power into the conflict. Those that are sort of sitting on the sideline would come off the sideline. Sanctions that have been held in reserve would be applied immediately, and there might even be upheaval and removal inside his own country. If he were mad enough to try to employ nuclear weapons, I personally believe there would be others in that decision chain who would take action, because it's just such a dramatic step. I think nuclear deterrence has been very successful and sound and stable for more than 7 decades. I see no reason to lose confidence in it now. General?
Once again, I am in violent agreement with Rich. I would only add the following, and that is that I believe at this point in the approach to this war, that we are very much deterred by our fear of Mr. Putin's responses. And we would be academically not honest if we said there is no chance of nuclear exchange coming from this, or not nuclear exchange, at least employment of tactical nuclear weapons. So we have to accept that. But if we continue to be deterred by the threats, we can back ourselves right off of the European landmass, and we can, as you and others have laid out, we can find ourselves with less security rather than more security. Over.
Quick follow-up still though. So Rich, what does it mean when you say China would not tolerate it? What would China do?
Well, China, although they haven't provided arms, at least on any kind of a scale to Russia, have been a primary economic support to the Russian economy. They're really keeping them on their feet right now. And they provided sort of a massive political assistance on the international scene, which I think would dissipate very quickly. I think the Chinese would be appalled if the Russians resorted to nuclear weapons and would take decisive steps.
The Chinese do not want to see a liberal use of nuclear weapons policy on their border. They share a huge.
Right. The question is what they would do, but let me ask you this too, General. Are you confident that if Putin were to use a tactical nuclear weapon, that the US would use military force against Russian forces that are attacking Ukraine or in the Black Sea?
I am confident that we would take some action, but it would be measured action. And I've spoken at length on this. There is a whole range of replies that the US could take. And I don't think that hardly any of them involve us using a nuclear weapon. No. I think there are multiple steps on the conventional scales that, and it would be bigger than the US. Oh, by the way, I believe we would build at least a small coalition of the willing to show that it's not just us. But I do believe that the United States has multiple very capable conventional options to respond.
Yeah, I agree with you. It would be crossing a threshold that we have not been willing to cross thus far. I agree with you. We should, if that happens, and we should get others to do so too. But it would be a new thing.
Yeah, one more comment, and that if the Russians were to do a big counter value strike in one of the 2 or 3 major Ukrainian cities, I believe that's an entirely different matter.
Yeah. Okay. So let me turn to John Herbst. John, are you on? Yes.
I'm going to ask him to unmute.
I'm on, but I'm now unmuted.
Very good. Excellent. I want to come to you and ask particularly the last point in the discussion questions here might be one that you'd like to sort of play forward a little bit. How does this counteroffensive play out, and how does it then point towards perhaps, as Rich indicated and General Breedlove said as well, maybe a turning point in the war? What does the end of this start to look like? Is there a negotiation? What does that look like?
Okay, I'm going to be a bit more cautious than Rich and Phil. I agree that the prize is breaking the land bridge to Crimea. But I believe that the Ukrainians, because they do care about their forces, they have to preserve their resources, they will take what they consider to be the surest, safest victory. And if that opportunity is in the north around Kharkiv, or straight east in Donetsk, or northeast in Luhansk, that's what they'll do. And I share the confidence of my military colleagues that we will see a Ukrainian success in this counteroffensive, but I define success more modestly, as at a minimum, they will take several hundred square kilometers or even several hundred square miles. There's a reasonable chance that the breakthrough that Rich and Phil described to Melitopol and beyond can be achieved. I would be quite confident in that if the White House and our allies were less timid in sending all the weapons Ukraine needs. But even without that, we could see it. But I would not count on it, and I would not define success simply by that achievement. If the Ukrainians, again, with reasonable losses, can take back several hundred square kilometers or miles of their territory, that looks pretty good, given the bloodbath the Kremlin endured to take a few meters here and there around Bakhmut, which they may well be losing in the weeks to come. Now, I've gotten things wrong in this crisis. I thought that given the obvious strategic damage Russia would suffer by launching the big invasion, they would not. And of course, Putin went in. But I did predict, when it became clear by mid to late March of last year that the Russian effort to decapitate the Ukrainian government, and for that matter, to even seize Kharkiv, never mind Kyiv or Chernihiv, that the people who've been weak on dealing with Russia's imperial ambitions would begin to call for negotiations. And as sure as lemmings driving to the sea, they've been doing that in force for over a year, and even louder now. And so I think when we see that at least more modest Ukrainian success in this offensive, or a greater Ukrainian success in this offensive, they will become louder. Now, it's interesting and so far helpful to the good guys, meaning Ukraine and us and those in the West, that the Russians have not taken advantage of the opportunity offered by Beijing's so-called peace plan to move resolutely in that direction. You know, Putin's latest mumblings on the war suggest he's still toying with maximalist objectives. Because if Moscow, and I think in the shadow of a serious Ukrainian success with this counteroffensive, may grasp that Chinese quote unquote peace plan like a lifeline, that some of the more spine challenged allies, and maybe even some people in the United States, would be calling for a ceasefire to work on that peace plan, which people with a realistic understanding of Putin's objectives, and for that matter, China's objectives, would understand to be a disaster. The smart play for the West, for the United States, is to give Ukraine, as Phil pointed out, everything it needs to conduct that knockout blow in the South, which could make maintaining Crimea for Putin very expensive without risking one Ukrainian casualty actually going on to the peninsula, and make it possible with minimal loss of Ukrainian lives, soldiers' lives, and a reasonable cost in military equipment to put Russia seriously, to put Putin seriously on his back foot, and to perhaps induce some political changes in Russia. That's how I see this playing out. But we have to be resolute in maintaining our support for Ukraine, hopefully increasing that support in terms of more advanced weapons, and avoid the siren call of a negotiation that would lead only to a temporary ceasefire before Moscow comes back for more of Ukraine.
Can you just say another word about what you just closed on, of political change in Russia? How does that happen? And what
first,
would that be?
We can't predict when and how this change would take place. But it is striking that, you know, there's a larger group of supposed Western experts on Russia who have essentially been offering talking points objectively supporting Moscow's objectives in Ukraine. And they've always spoken of it's either Putin or someone more hawkish, someone more hostile to the West, ignoring hundreds of years of Russian history when splendid little adventures abroad that didn't turn out so well for the Kremlin have led to liberalizing changes at home, at least for a few years. You know, you have the Crimean War where that happened, the Russo-Japanese War where that happened, of course, World War I, and throw in the Cold War, what happened at the end of the 1980s and the early 1990s. So we all know that this has been overwhelmingly Putin's war, not even really the war of the Siloviki. Those who watch closely those videos that appeared first a few days before Moscow launched the big invasion, where Putin was, shattering optimistically about his views on Ukraine. All his Siloviki pals were quite glum, and he even criticized them for that glumness. Ditto when he did the video with Shoigu and Gerasimov a few days after the invasion. No one was happy in either of those videos except for Putin. And we had a period of about 10 days right after the big invasion was launched, where you had Russian think tankers expressing their anxieties about this, until Putin brought down the hammer and they all marched into line and began to talk about nuclear danger to intimidate the West from pursuing its interests. So if the Ukrainians do stop the land bridge and supplying Crimea militarily, and of course, even the civilian Russian infrastructure there becomes very expensive, people in Russia will notice. And this will become a political problem for Putin. And we've already seen, since Ukraine's successful counteroffensive last year, and then Putin's benighted decision to have the partial, quote unquote, partial mobilization, how first senior regime figures were trying to distance themselves from the mobilization. And we had serious internecine bickering, if not sniping, with it back a year ago or 9 months ago. It was Prigozhin and Kadyrov on one side, Gerasimov and Shoigu on the other. Lately, it's been sort of Prigozhin against everybody. And we've also seen some very serious reservation expressed about the course of the war by senior regime figures like Zatulin, like, the Princess of RT, all trying to distance themselves from the obvious failures. These are not signs of a strong regime edifice. These are signs of shaking and rats looking at how to get off the ship before it crashes. So we can't predict how and when this will play out, but that strong Putin vertical of power that especially those who wanted to accommodate Putin's imperial ambitions in Ukraine have been talking about since the war began in 2014, doesn't look very secure.
Okay, thank you. Steve Blank, are you with us?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Any comments on what we've just heard from our three other speakers? And I think you had a few prepared points that you wanted to make, so turn to this as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kurt. I wish I could be there, but I had knee replacement surgery 2 weeks ago. So I'm unable to drive down and to join you.
Was your knee named Putin?
No, but no. Lenin. Lenin may well have been a relative, but we'll talk about that offline. As General Breedlove said, I'm in violent agreement with my colleagues here. And I'm not going to repeat the same points that they have, talking about how superb, and I don't think there's a better adjective, the Ukrainian military performance has been, quite unexpectedly, I suspect. But we also have to understand why Putin failed. And so let me give a few minutes to that. Putin failed, and I've just written about this, because he failed to grasp the key point that Clausewitz makes, that when you are getting into a war, you have to understand the nature of the war. And Putin's failure that is shown in the original war plan, if you call it that, which was not really going to be a war. It was going to be an armed demonstration, something like Crimea or Hitler's Anschluss into Austria in 1938. Where you just move in a few forces, a large number, but relatively few forces. There might be a couple of minor engagements along the line. You intimidate the country, the government, of course, which is rotten to begin with, falls, and all the pro-Muscovites come out of the woodwork, and there are plenty of them, to establish a pro-Muscovite Ukrainian state, or to just unite with Russia, as the case would be. In other words, he expected an armed demonstration would overthrow the system. So what he did is to negate the ability of the Russian army to fight according to its doctrine and to use its quite formidable capabilities as they existed a year and a half ago. We see the results today, especially compared to the Ukrainian performance. It's still striking to me, and I suspect to the other military professionals like General Breedlove, Ben Hodges, and others, that Putin is still not set up a unified command organization. This tells me, A, he does not understand the requirements of the war, and B, if he does, he's afraid of that because a unified central command that would have ability to mount joint actions by forces in the various theaters would undermine his authority and control. And he is fighting this war clearly with one eye on maintaining control in Moscow and not on the strategic objectives and the means which would give him those strategic objectives. And the Ukrainians have brilliantly taken advantage of this. Just to give some examples to people, the naval blockade is at best a partial success. The Navy has been driven off by a non-existent fleet and is now sitting in its bases and occasionally launching missiles and blockading a major part of the Black Sea, but it has not been successful in effectuating a complete blockade or in shutting down Ukrainians' commerce, despite the injuries it has inflicted. Second, as has been pointed out here, there is a growing lack of cohesion with the Wagner forces. We have reports of the army and Wagner shooting at each other. Prigozhin is still running wild. Putin allows us, and frankly, I don't understand why. I read the reports, you probably have too. It doesn't make sense to me that in a system like Putin's, you would allow somebody like Prigozhin to say the things he is saying and get away with it and do so with impunity. Third, we see a loss of offensive capacity. U.S. Intelligence Director Haynes said that the Russians will not be able to launch an offensive in 2023. That's amazing when you think about it. But again, it stems from prior, really, truly incompetent military decisions. For all the talk about the vaunted Russian manpower steamroller, of course, that term goes back 100 years, they're having manpower shortages. Again, shows that they have failed to organize their army appropriately. And they're running out of steps of escalation that can truly be imposed, except to threaten and possibly, because a number of serious people do think that this is happening, to impose a nuclear transition or strike upon Ukraine. I doubt very much he would attempt a nuclear strike on NATO. I don't see where a nuclear strike on Ukraine gains him anything, but we know that there are people inside the Russian government and high command who have advocated this, although they've been rebuffed. So where does that lead us? What do we do in this situation? And here I have, as a good Leninist, a number of points as what should be done. First of all, as General Breedlove said, not only should we be giving Ukraine what it needs and not wasting 6 months arguing about these things to end up giving them what they want after a delay which only impedes Ukraine's military performance, but we should be accelerating our own and our allies' defense production across NATO so that NATO can supply itself with the conventional deterrent it needs, and which will also thwart any Russian escalation into Europe, and do so on a regular basis. Furthermore, the sooner we get Ukraine all that it needs, and that Ukraine is able to break through, and the last report I've seen showed that they had gained about 100 square kilometers in this offensive, and are on track to gain more, is to get the weapons to Ukraine, to use the old Confederate General Nathan Bedford Forrest, fastest with the mostest, to get them there as fast as possible. The longer it takes for Ukraine to win, the more likely it is that the nuclear option becomes attractive to Putin. And what's more, that it becomes more feasible operationally for him. Second, at Vilnius, I would take Ukraine into NATO, lock, stock, and barrel. I've argued this in print. I hear all these arguments for some sort of security guarantees. I've written about this. The Israel model is not yet applicable here because the fact of the matter is that when Israel has had to go to wars, 67, 73, even when it took out the North Korean reactor in Syria in 2007, it had to act alone. And I think that this Israel model is, again, based on short-sighted and not complete readings of history. Third, the administration needs to get up on the platform and explain both at home and to its allies why it is doing what it is doing and why Ukrainian support is essential. It was just mentioned, I think, by John, that the longer this goes on, the louder the clack that is opposed to Ukraine will come out. The latest argument is, of course, that the war is unwinnable, which is utter nonsense. Richard Hooker demolished the argument that all wars end in negotiation. But we're going to hear more and more of this if the war drags on longer, because everybody say, well, you see, the Ukrainians can't win. It's just going to be another war of attrition. And what are we doing here? And so on. But the administration, therefore, needs to reclaim the high ground and define why this is in the American interest and why Ukraine needs to win. That is, recover its territory as of 2013. These kind of actions, taking it into NATO and EU, would negate Putin's strategy and the possibility of escalation. And therefore, the sooner they're done, the better. I would also subscribe to what Kurt has recently written about opening the port of Odessa so that Ukrainian exports could go through the Black Sea. I would actually like to see NATO break the blockade, which is not fundamentally, it's just exclusively, outright illegal, and open up the Black Sea. And I don't think Putin would want to tangle with NATO. I also would like to see that the equipment going to Ukraine goes by the Lend-Lease Act that was legislated about 8 months ago. I have not yet seen anything coming out of that, and I don't understand what it's supposed to be there for if we're not using it. We know from World War II how invaluable Lend-Lease was. It would be a similarly invaluable instrument if we used it now. Furthermore, not just is it a question of supporting economic reconstruction and getting a good plan and implementing it, it is also a question of devising a lasting energy strategy for Europe and the United States that involves bringing back Ukrainian energy industry and letting that industry flourish so that it can become not only the basis of Ukrainian self-sufficiency, but also of European resistance to Russia. And lastly, two steps that are linked. One, encourage people here to understand that we are at war with Russia, or rather Russia's at war with us. It makes no bones about it. I just have an article coming out later this afternoon that talks about this. They are not going to engage in arms control. They're going to rely more on nukes and asymmetric forms of contests with us. And I would expect a full-throttled Russian offensive against the upcoming election in 2024. And I would lastly start taking the information war to Russia. I hear all the time about the difficulties of doing so, but it strikes me as basically a cry of despair. The country that invented advertising and that has the greatest information capacity in the world should not be running around throwing its hands up when it comes to penetrating Russia's internet curtain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have about 15 minutes more for Q&A. I have a few that I want to lead off with, and then as we're going through this, please get my attention here in the room if you want to ask a question as well. But the first thing is, everybody who spoke is in violent agreement. Okay, we got that. I have a feeling the administration is not in violent agreement with much of what was said. And so I want to ask first, is there any indication that any of you have, maybe John, you're maybe closest to the pulse on this, that the administration is reconsidering its refusal to provide ATACMS or cluster munitions?
I don't think there's any question that the administration is susceptible to moving in the right directions when other allies clearly step in that direction. So the decision by the Brits to send Storm Shadows to Ukraine has embarrassed the administration, just as the decision of the Brits and the Poles and others to send tanks and then to do F-16s move the administration in the right direction. And there are even some indications of movement from within the administration. So I would be surprised if we did not see a decision on attack in some time. I'll be cautious and say the next 3 months, but maybe at the closer end of that. I think it's important here as well to talk about the Vilnius summit. Sadly, the administration has prepared an extremely thin gruel for the summit in terms of both Ukraine's NATO membership and some form of security guarantees. There has been a little bit of pushback from other allies and from people around Washington like us. And I think that's made the administration look with a little bit more ambition at this, but sadly just a little bit. Right now, I think what might be in play, which before was off the table, is Ukraine getting Article 4 rights within NATO, which is a nice step forward were it to happen. Although I can also tell you this, since I spent 10 days in Kyiv late last month, Zelensky is looking for a much stronger outcome in Vilnius than even that. And I think he is almost certain to be disappointed. But if in fact, say 6 or 7 or 8 NATO allies, we're talking about the usual stiff-spined suspects like the Baltic states, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, the UK maybe, were to all agree on some more ambitious goals for Vilnius, that would make it harder for the administration to use NATO unity as a reason to hide its own timidity at offering Ukraine something real in Vilnius.
Rich, go ahead. Yeah, I agree with John that I think it's more likely than not that over time the administration will be, in a sense, shamed for some of the capabilities so far with Dell at the UK and others. I think that, but at the same time, and despite the strong language in the G7 joint communique that came out, we still see signs that the administration's view of the end negotiated settlement by Stoltenberg only 2 days ago, I think, with senior U.S. officials, and they brought out the negotiated in language again yesterday, which leads me to believe that the administration, in a way, fears a decisive Ukrainian victory on the battlefield, either because of the dangers of escalation that they see. We talked about that this morning, or because they fear what a successor regime to Putin might look like. I think, and many of us, I think, believe those fears are unfounded, but I haven't seen convincing evidence that the administration has moved away from that. And that suggests that the Ukrainians can't score a major success by the end of the summer, then the pressure on them to sort of cave in and agree to some kind of ceasefire and settlement with Putin will grow and grow and grow. So that's my chief concern right now.
Finger.
Go ahead, John.
So I think that I really like the conversation about ATACMS because I believe that they can be brought to bear almost immediately. There is very little new training required. The kit, the way it's targeted, and all the other things they're very familiar with. And I believe that we should really put the pressure on that. And I think we need to remind and keep reminding the press and everyone else that when it comes to F-16, Abrams, and Patriots, very, let me say it one more time, very few American supplied Patriots, Abrams, and F-16s are on the battlefield. We always do the happy dance and sort of celebrate when we make these decisions. And then it's weeks, months, and maybe years later that we actually get them to the battlefield. So right now, we need to keep the pressure on these things that people keep treating as past tense as far as America providing, and America really hasn't provided hardly any of those things yet. Over.
Thank you very much. I hope you're all right. I will see. And I hope if you're right, that it's sooner rather than later as well, too. What's the point of waiting if we're going to do it anyway? But of course, that's what we've been doing. Now, I want to drill in on the NATO-Ukraine question here. In addition to the usual suspects that John mentioned, the French, the Italians, Spanish, British are also all in favor of doing more on Ukraine's NATO membership at Vilnius than we have done in the past, and that the administration has been willing to do so far. And they're increasingly vocal about that, including President Macron at the recent GlobeSec meeting, private conversations with French diplomats, British diplomats. So it's a very unusual circumstance for Tony Blinken to go to a NATO foreign ministers meeting and find that we're the ones dragging our feet when the other allies are willing to do more. Now, Steve suggested going as far as actually inviting Ukraine to join NATO now. I don't believe our allies are that far along in their thinking. And that's because they would take that as meaning we NATO allies need to use our own military forces to join the fight against Russia right now. And they don't want to do that. Now, technically, you could read Article 5 of the NATO treaty, and it doesn't require that. It leaves it to the discretion of allies what the appropriate response is to an ally that's being attacked. But they would not want to set a precedent where the appropriate response is not the use of force. They would be afraid that that would become a standard. So I don't think that getting them in at Vilnius is likely. However, what I do think is achievable, reasonable, something we should all be advocating for is very clear language at a political level that we are now looking at Ukraine as on the pathway to NATO membership. We are taking practical steps, which NATO is planning to do. There are practical steps in the works now, such as Ukrainian attendance at subcommittee meetings and training programs and long-term assistance with the national security strategy and all of that. But they need the political chapeau that this is putting Ukraine on a clear pathway to NATO membership. And we look forward to reviewing Ukraine's progress at our next meeting in Washington in April 2024. I think that is the language that should be coming out. And I want to pause there after saying all that to see whether any of our panelists have a comment.
Good.
I would defer to Ambassador Herbst because he would probably know better about what the language has to say. But it would be possible, I believe, to grant a map, and part of that map require that the conflict with Russia be cleared, and giving them a map would be a big message. I defer now to the actual folks who might know what they're talking about.
Let's go to John first and then Rich.
Actually, I think the person best able to answer that question on this panel is you, Kurt, having been ambassador to NATO.
Okay.
Well, on the
happy to
map,
see by time for you.
let me just jump in on that because my view is that we should not provide a map. Sweden and Finland did not need to have a map. Ukraine now has one of the most capable and best experienced trained military forces in Europe. We're just throwing up barriers if we try to come up with another thing other than membership.
Right.
Right. Kurt? Kurt?
Yes, Steve.
Can I answer your question?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead. I hear all the objections to taking it in now, Ukraine in now, but I think those can be overridden, at least in argument. I doubt that it's actually going to happen, but the argument goes as follows. One, the only credible guarantee of Ukrainian security is NATO. other guarantees that have been given in the past, not only to Ukraine, but to other countries, or as I said earlier, the Israel model, have been shown to be insufficient. As you said, Sweden and Finland did not have to go through a map because they are well-trained, highly qualified militaries, and they were accepted. Ukraine's military is probably the best in Europe right now and should not have to be standing in the gate yard waiting to be included. Membership in NATO also, I think, would actually help bring this war to a faster end because it negates the whole point of Putin's strategy, that is to prevent Ukraine from becoming NATO. I don't think it would necessarily lead to a nuclear response because again, then you bring Article 5 in, and Putin is certainly more rational enough not to want to engage all of NATO. As for the precedents you've settled, Ukraine has never asked anybody to send troops, and that could be entered into the language of its membership invitation to NATO. So actually, I think that given all the arguments against this, they don't stand up. And again, it's, you know, a number of European states who have, let's say, better and deeper and longer experience with, or firsthand experience with Moscow, dragging the United States after 6 or 8 months of procrastination into a decision that it should have made earlier.
Okay, Steve, we're gonna short on time and I want to get to Rich.
Yeah, well, first of all, the joke in Brussels that membership action plan is code for no action plan. I mean, and I agree with everything that's just been said, but I think there's no chance at Vilnius that Ukraine will be brought into NATO either immediately or in the near term. And it's tragic because the thinking that kept Ukraine out of NATO ever since Bucharest was that it would provoke Russian aggression. Well, Russian aggression happened anyway. We seem to be slow in understanding and acknowledging that policy failed. And it put us where we are today. That said, the Europeans, generally speaking, just don't want to be drawn into the war, and they see expedited NATO membership for Ukraine as being drawn into the war. So the next question is, okay, what does security guarantee mean? Or what does stronger language mean? And the only other kind of security guarantee that matters is some sort of bilateral defense treaty that obligates a powerful ally like the United States or perhaps Poland to help defend Ukraine. Other than that, there is no security guarantee. And any other sort of ambiguous, general, aspirational language, in my opinion, would be no improvement on Bucharest. It would just be more of the same. We all want Ukraine to come into NATO at some point in the future, and we're determined not to say what that date certain is. So that's kind of my view.
All right, we have time for one question from the audience, and he's already got his hand up, so please go ahead.
And then we have to do the grading.
So,
right.
So my question to the panel is, the thing that was left out was the state of Ukraine's own military industrial complex.
Yeah.
There was an article about a month ago in the Wall Street Journal that said Ukraine was producing about 8 times what it was producing in pre-war level. We saw last week Reznikov talking about a 1,000-kilometer missile that is in production or in preparation, and that there were already 200 and 300-kilometer missiles tested. So I'm just wondering, and we know that about 70 to 75% of the kit that Ukraine has is domestically produced. What can we say? And I know that the Ukrainians are kind of opaque about this because they want as much of the good stuff as they possibly can get. But what is the read in Washington and among experts of what Ukraine is capable of and what it is producing?
Who would like to take that on? Adrian's question.
Kurt, I'm happy to jump in on this, and I'm going to have to get off for another event. I mean, I was in Kiev for 10 days at the end of last month. We saw the new Minister for Industrial Strategic Industries. It's clear they are ramping up production. It's clear that the ingenuity we've been seeing in the way they conduct the war, we're also seeing in the weapons field. We met with private Ukrainians who were responsible for the kamikaze boats that hit the Russian intelligence ship in the Western Black Sea. I don't have any question that, Ukraine, which was the heart of the Soviet rocket industry, has the capacity to produce serious weaponry. And I think this is also an opportunity perhaps for American firms to partner with them. But you can only see good things in this area, in my judgment.
Rich? So the Ukrainians are doing very well at producing high-end stuff. But they're not building new tanks in quantity. They're not building new airplanes in quantity, and they can't generate the quantities of artillery ammunition, which is up the law. These priceless. And by the way, Europe and even the United
Folks,
States.
I'm out of this. Thank you.
Artillery ammunition. If there's one class of supply that the Ukrainians must have to stay in the fight, it's that, and it's a problem across the transatlantic community right now. So knowledge that they're doing some wonderful things with the high-end technology, but for lots of reasons, not least they're under continuous attack. Their ability to produce the sort of bare essentials, the nuts and bolts, it is still in question.
I would want to add something different direction to Adrian's question, which is the Ukrainians have done a remarkable job with a domestic drone manufacturing industry. Creative use of drones, it's something that's never been done in a conflict before, the way this is being done now. And with some outside help, probably the best use of real-time intelligence from all sources to guide their efforts on the battlefield as well. So a lot of things that Ukrainians have done that none of the rest of us have done. And I'd say that puts them in a very sound position for future military industrial complex. Okay, so with that, I think we wrap up our panel. Walter said something about grades.
I would say each one of you is every panel, every one of the panelists is graded. So how would you grade? And if it was 1 to 5, 5 being the best, real progress, and 1 being real regress, the security situation.
How would we grade Ukraine's progress in its security situation?
Is it moving forward? Is it moving back?
And the reference point is February 21st last year?
It would be from last June, let's say last June to this June.
Last June to this June. So last June, we were looking at just pushing the Russians away from Kyiv.
Okay, that was it.
Rich?
I give them an A-. They've done very well on a lot of different fronts. There are some areas of concern. They continue to send soldiers into the front line that are partially trained, not fully trained soldiers. It's a tough decision to make, but on balance, I think they've done very, very well. I give them an A-.
General Breedlove?
So I'm going to bifurcate my grade. The things you asked me to comment on, the things that Ukraine controls, I give them a solid A. The things that the rest of the world control, I give us a C-.
Steve?
I'm with General Breedlove on this. I mean, I don't like to give A's because perfection only exists in heaven, but these guys have been as close to perfect as you could expect in real time. And the rest of the world is sadly lagging. A and C-.
Yeah, I agree with the framework that General Breedlove laid out. You differentiate between what the Ukrainians are doing and what the rest of us are doing. But that being said, I think the way I would probably line up also with an A- as Rich did. And I would say so for this reason. On the one hand, I think that we are already in a situation, and like John, I was just there, and you have a very different feeling when you're there. We're already in a situation where Ukraine has taken control of its fate. That it's not going away, it's surviving as a country, it's surviving as a society. We're past the point where there was a risk to Ukraine's survival. That's gone. So I think that is very solid. However, the reason it's a minus and not an A in my book is because there are still things that can seriously hurt Ukraine. And the loss of lives, loss of cities, ecological long-term damage, nuclear weapons, radiation, the Zaryckyj power plant. There's just a lot of things out there that are still potentially very damaging for Ukraine if they were to happen. And so their security is still under quite a bit of risk. And with that, I think we wrap it up, and thanks to all of you for sticking with us.
Hey,
Safe travels.
Just before we go to lunch, I just wanted to thank the members of this last panel. I think that in life, you're going to remember certain things that you've seen, and I've told you that we diplomats that work with us, and Kirk Volker and John Herbst represent that sort of wonderful diplomatic corps. And we've also had the best officers on the planet. I think people like Breedlove, Hodges, and the General Clark are some of the finest. But we also have some of the finest academics and these policy shapers like Richard Hooker and Steve Blank. And guess what? We just saw 5 of them in one panel, and I got used for you. This is one for the ages, guys. So have a very good lunch. We're coming back if I've given it a little bit of time, about 15-20 minutes, and then we got to come back. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and thank the panel again. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You really are, guys. That's really good. And you're just my favorite because I swear to God, you really do know how to run.
Well, thank you so
You're a
much.
Great discussion.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.